later in the show, I believe. But yes, Chelsea have sacked Liam Rosenior after just 104 days in charge. But before we get to the statement, is it something that you've been expecting for a little while, or did you think they'd hold out till the end of the season?
I think I'm not surprised at all that he hasn't lasted as Chelsea manager with any substantial kind of run at it. But I was curious to see how long they'd hang on for, bearing in mind that he was a left field appointment and that he was from Strasbourg, the club that Chelsea also own. So there was noises beforehand that they were adamant that they would give him a chance, um, and let him learn as well, kind of on the job. He is an
Yeah.
inexperienced manager at this level. So that was the only thing. I thought maybe they'll give him longer, kind of out of stubbornness that way. But when you look at it, like 5 losses in a row, and they haven't, I believe I'm right in saying they haven't scored a goal in
No.
any of those games. That is crazy, that, isn't it?
Absolutely
Y-
atrocious. We think
yeah,
Newcastle's bad. I can only imagine what it's like being a Chelsea fan at the minute. But they've had that success over the years, so they can suffer a little bit in my mind.
aye,
But yeah, it'll have been by the time they play in the league of nearly 60 days before the last scored a Premier League goal, which is absolutely atrocious. And what Chelsea came out with today is the following statement: Chelsea Football Club has today parted with head coach Liam Rosenior. On behalf of everyone at Chelsea FC, we would like to place on record our gratitude to Liam and his staff for all their efforts during their time with the club. Liam has always conducted himself with the highest integrity and professionalism. He is following his appointment midway through the season. It's not a decision the club has taken lightly, however, recent results and performances have fallen below the necessary standards. And with so much to play for in this season, everyone at Chelsea wishes him every success in the future. Is that all right? Bringing someone in for 6 years and then sacking them after 104 days.
I think it shows their naivety. You know what I mean? I think they have this idea in their mind of we want to bring in a manager and give them time, and we want a young manager to come in and learn on the job, and we can mold them as well. And I think to do that at this level, at a club like Chelsea, when there's so much pressure, like I say, I think it's really naive from the owners, and it is a bit of a mess, like in it, because they've got different personalities who own the club, and I think there's some clashes going on there at the top as well. That doesn't help things. So yeah, I think it's just like I said, really naive. And I think with Rosenior himself, he didn't help matters, did he? Going on about
No.
respecting the ball with that silly huddle. My words, like I still want him to try and make sense of that answer. Like
Yeah.
I wish journalists had came back and said, just Liam, before we move on, what do you mean by that? Respect
Yeah.
the ball.
Gonna be sat there during the World Cup. If England are gonna lose to, I don't know, Panama or something, he's just gonna be there on commentary, just well, on comms afterwards, just going, you know what? If England had respected the ball, this hadn't happened. Everyone's
Aye,
just, in America, they're just gonna go, what the?
aye, aye.
Yeah, it's an awkward one, isn't it? Because he's always come across as that LinkedIn style manager, and that's where all the
Yeah,
memes have come from. And for those that aren't aware, if you've ever looked at LinkedIn, every post is little, well, over the top, dramatic, and let's be honest, unnecessary. Not a fan of that platform myself, but I think we all, well, a lot of people use it for work. And that's the reason why he sort of came across as that. But let's be
yeah.
honest, he's always been a bit of the Ted Lasso type. Um, to summarise, Tim, what would you summarise Rossinia's time at Chelsea? Is that respecting the ball probably the the best thing that's come out of it?
That's his legacy, really. That's what people are going to think of those silly quotes. I think
Yeah,
it shows that, yes, don't get us wrong, I admire his confidence in a way, and I see in his first press conference when he was appointed, and I thought, fair enough, he's well up for it. He's confident in himself, and you need to have that in a job like Chelsea. So let's see. But it's just like every press conference, he sounds like he's reading a management um, how to book guide or
yeah,
something.
an idiot's guide to management.
Aye, aye. And you just maybe, I think some people might wonder about the authenticity. You know what I mean? in that respect. So, don't he might be a good manager at some point. He might go on, obviously doing well at Strasbourg, but I think it was far too much of a big step up for a club like Chelsea, and the totally wrong idea from the owners to have somebody learning on the job like that.
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest, if you're in Chelsea's position, even Newcastle's position at the moment, you can't have someone learn on the job like that. Just to confirm, stadium plans will be talked about in the later episodes, probably the 9:30 till 11:30. We've got Gary and the team on at 8, and then the late night show on from 9:30 to 11 in there. But some exciting stuff going on apparently. Also, Gromito coming in there. 24 million payoff. It is to be believed. Now, obviously, nothing's going to come out about the contract. But you'd think, Tim, that they would have had a clause in there that says, right, if we sack you within this period, you only get a certain payout. Because, let's be honest, on paper, it never looked like it was going to work. And if Chelsea haven't set themselves up for that, it's stupid, isn't it? And I don't think Bahili's that thick, is he?
Well, this is what I'm saying, like the word naive. If that is the case, like my word, you haven't put clauses in a 6-year contract. It's
Got to.
yeah, like I'm getting shades of the 8-year contract Pardew had. So I don't know what was in that one, but that was gobsmacking, wasn't it, at the time? And yeah,
Yeah,
it's a bit
absolutely.
like that. So surely, I was thinking my word would get a lot of money initially, and I thought, oh well, actually, yeah, like you say, they can't be stupid enough to not have all these clauses in, and thinking like if he gets sacked in the first 6 months, the payoff is X, Y, Z, whatever, a lot lower than obviously the full contract. You would have thought that'd be in there, but
Yeah.
I mean, 24 million. It's just crazy, isn't it? It's good work
Oh,
if you can get it.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, with the Pardew one, I think the thing that was the most insane was the fact that Palace actually bought him out of that contract
Mm.
after a few years as well. Didn't work out too badly for them, to be fair, making a cup final. Do think
Mm.
Pardew was still a decent manager for that phase of Newcastle, Palace, etc.
Mm.
But
His dance was
sort of,
good.
oh yeah, the whole. Yeah, sure, I didn't do that at me wed for anyone asking. I haven't been practicing. But just it'd be typical for Chelsea not to learn from their own mistakes. To be fair, because Maresca took
Mm.
4.5 million, as Gramatone's saying, in the chat, and if they haven't learned from those mistakes, that's how a club ends up going backwards. And you were saying just before that you're expecting them to bring in another young manager. For me, that hasn't worked well for them at all. You look at the managers Bahili's brought in, and I think the one that really did better than I was expecting. You could say Maresca was maybe on par for me, but I didn't expect Pochettino to actually do well with
Mm.
them
Yeah.
at all. And he ended up getting them back into a decent position, but then had a falling out with Bahili and ended up sacked. So for me, I feel like they've got to go for a more experienced man, but you think they're going to go for another young name?
Yeah, maybe somewhere in between, maybe somebody like an Iriola, who is a young manager in one sense, but he's done it for 3 years in the Premier League. He has that experience anyway. He hasn't done it in Europe, but so maybe it's a middle ground they'll try and find that way. I'm sure that I've heard one of the Chelsea directors answer a question at one of the fans forums of Luis Enrique, and I think the fans were saying, "Why aren't you going for him?" For example, and I think the answer was he wouldn't fit our club. So that tells you that they want to have a lot of control, yeah, over transfers, but I think it's too much. And this is what I mean about directors of football. I think it is a minefield. Some are like totally hands on at one club, some are more middle ground or more standoffish. And at Chelsea, it seems like you, as the manager, well, you're the head coach, aren't you? You're not the manager. And I think that's why Poch fell out because he got them sixth place and finished the season really strongly. And it's like you say, it's like, you know what, he's getting them back on track. And he probably said to the boards, if we can try and do this, try and do that, this player, that player. And it sounds like they had totally different ideas. So it gets that balancing act of, yeah, you can have an idea as to what players you want as a club, philosophy, etc. But if you don't adhere to things that are in line with the manager who's doing well for you, it can just all go wrong. But I think, Luis Enrique, somebody like him, obviously is going to be more open to going to a club of the stature of Chelsea, than
Yeah.
Newcastle. Like, let's be honest. So if you are Chelsea, then I think it is strange that you wouldn't go for him and just have a bit of humble pie and let him run the show, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest. Luis Enrique's had a great career wherever he's gone, and he's one of those that if you said to me, "Oh, Newcastle United are going to bring in Luis Enrique," first of all, I'd ask how much we've bribed him with under the table,
Mm.
and secondly, I'd be thinking, "Well, that's the most ambitious thing we've ever done as a club." Obviously, it's not going to happen, but for a club like Chelsea, he's at PSG at the moment. They're currently winning 2-0. Against Nantes 40 minutes into that game. He'll be on the touchline and someone will, if anyone mentions Chelsea, he'll be go, "I've got it sweet here. I've got this whole league wrapped around my little finger."
Mm.
In France, I can say, "Oh, I want this game postponed to the board," and it'll get done. No matter if the teams around us want it to happen. So he does have it sweet, but at some point he'll want, I think one of the only leagues he hasn't really took on. Is that sort of Premier League. I know he's not really been anywhere but sort of Barcelona. I think he was at. I think he might have been at Roma for a while.
Yeah,
I think that was the case. I might be wrong. He was at
he
Spain for a
was.
little while. He was at
Yeah,
Roma.
yeah.
I thought so. I was thinking De La Fuente was there instead, but
Mm.
makes sense. So he's done Serie A. He's done League One. He's done the international management. He's done obviously La Liga. Is Premier League next, and Chelsea would be the option that sounds the most likely for him. Just got some in there in the chat. Talk Fan TV off to Bournemouth versus Leeds. Give us your prediction for that one, buddy. I will say Bournemouth aren't going to have an easy of a time this time round, as they did at the weekend. I think that's safe to say. Davey coming in saying Jose is the king. Could it be round 3 for Jose at Chelsea? Nah, him and
Mm.
Bahili would clash far too much, wouldn't they? But who knows? Maybe he ends up at Newcastle. Who knows? I know I've got my opinion on it. You've got yours, but we've mentioned it all before. And Gromatone coming in saying Sky Sports are also saying that Rosenior won't get that huge payoff. So looks like they have learned from those past mistakes. But just to go back to Rosenior, obviously this was his big move. This was the moment that was going to define him as a manager. Has he now managed himself out of another big move? Because if he was performing really well at Strasbourg,
Mm.
I don't think a team other than Chelsea, a big team other than Chelsea, would have touched him based on that. But
Mm.
after this spell at Chelsea, I'd be really surprised if any Premier League club looked twice at him. What do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe, maybe a promoted club, maybe someone lower down the league, they might be wooed. I think some directors can get, wooed by some of this talk, can't they? If you can get them into a room, um, and, give his spiel. So you never know. I think a championship club would take a gamble on him because when you have that confidence, I think you could probably persuade chairman to say, look, I am the man for you. I can get you up in the Premier League, and he did well at Hull as well
Yeah, did brilliantly at
previously.
Hull.
Aye, so I think there's a way back in, but definitely nothing of the level of Chelsea. Like you say, that was like the massive chance for him. If he did well at Chelsea, even for a year, then that could have opened the door for other big clubs to take a gamble on him if it went wrong afterwards. But the fact that it went wrong so quick, and so badly, I don't. And like I say, he's kind of a figure of fun in a way, isn't he? And I think perception,
Yeah.
matters as well. And fans of clubs will be saying to their owners, "We don't want him. Thank you very much." But I mean, he'll be back. I think at some point. I mean, it reminds us a little bit of like Russell Martin at Southampton, where he didn't say some of the most of silliest of things, but he kept on going about philosophy and playing this football where they were blatantly getting relegated, and he just wouldn't budge. And he was
Yeah.
talking again about, well, we're only going to play my way or the highway, and it's like, yeah, you need to think about your team's position in the league and trying to stay up first and foremost. So it's a bit like that. And he got the Rangers job, didn't he? But then he got sacked from that.
Got a feeling he'll get sacked from many more jobs
Mm.
before his managerial career is done. But for me, there is the weird thing with Rossini was, you mentioned Hull there, and it just tweaked it in my brain. He got sacked for not playing attacking football at Hull.
Mm.
He went to Chelsea, and I mean, it's still a surprise they've gone 5 game defeats without scoring. But if you're at Chelsea and you bring in someone who was sacked at Hull for not being attacking enough.
Mm.
Narrowly missed out on the playoffs. I think he was nominated for manager of the season, and they still sacked him just because that attacking football was absolutely terrible. It comes as no surprise of this back room at Chelsea maybe aren't doing the research that they think maybe they need to, because they
Mm.
brought in at Strasbourg. He replaced Patrick Vieira, another former manager that failed in England. And it feels like they're going off reputations and what they're hearing off other people, rather than actually, what they're seeing on the pitch. Because don't be wrong, Strasbourg were good last season, but you don't hire fourth place or fifth place, whatever they were in League One, to tackle a Premier League and Champions League campaign.
Mm.
Absolutely baffling. But just to go through, I've got a list of who the bookies are currently looking at as a favourite to take on the role. I think Oddschecker and everything will probably have it up now, but I got some through for pal, and it says Cesc Fabregas, Andoni Raiola, and Felipe Luis are the three names that are the favourites to take over. So Iraiola's in there. That's
Mm.
potentially a worrying one. I know, big fan of him, but Cesc, that kind of feels like if he was going to move anywhere from Como, because obviously he's got it in at Como, he's got a lot good going on there. If he was going to leave, I think Chelsea might be one he goes to. What do you think?
Mm. Yeah, I think it fits into what I said before, where he is a young manager, Cesc, but he has got a bit of pedigree in terms of what he's in a Cornwall, and obviously he's got the aura of who he is.
Yeah,
So, yeah, I think that would be a good appointment. I think the two that you've mentioned at the top there are the two that I would probably favour the most for Newcastle if Newcastle got rid of Howe. So
yeah,
it from that point of view, it will be frustrating, and this has been my fear. Not to bring it back to Newcastle totally, but my fear has been that if we dither too much, then other clubs will take some of these managers, and if these managers then prove themselves at the top clubs, they are then unattainable for the immediate future for Newcastle. And just like players out there, we need to find these gems, and get them secured before the likes of Chelsea do. But yeah, I think either of those appointments would be good for them, especially with the model they have, where they do want to buy young players and secure young players on long contracts. So Iriola plays youngsters, and to be fair, I haven't seen as much at all of Como, but I've heard Fabregas talk about his football, how he sees the game, how he manages, and I love what he says. I love how he wants to play with a purpose. He wants to play with possession, but not just for possession's sake. So, like, yeah, that's my preference. Everyone's got their own in terms of how they want to see the football. I love what Cesc was saying.
yeah. He's
So,
got a great
yeah,
philosophy, hasn't
seems like it definitely. By going off his words and the fact that he's done so well, looking in from the outside of Como, he's clearly got something about him. Obviously, hasn't managed in the Premier League, played there for donkey's years, but hasn't actually managed, whereas Iriola has.
he? Yeah.
But like you say, the Chelsea connection, I think that would appease people, wouldn't it, if they got him in Fabregas?
100%. I mean, that's the thing. Rossini kind of felt a little bit weird. I know because of Strasbourg, but where he was as a manager at Hull City, he was also a player at Hull City. That's how he got really in there.
Mm.
From I think he was at Derby beforehand. So the players do tend to need that sort of connection in there. Cesc has obviously got his backroom roots at Como. He's got himself in through that way. But he'll know that he's got, with this Chelsea squad, he's got a really young squad that if he can just nurture, he'd be able to take to the next level. And you mentioned Newcastle there. And I wanted to move on just to something that Brian Penny's putting as well, because you made a good point as well of Chelsea potentially getting Newcastle targets. This just further enhances the fact, and I completely agree with this, PIF need to get a grip and make a statement, regardless of what happens at Arsenal. And I'm not saying the statement needs to be Eddie Howe out. It's my preference, yes. But if they release a statement next week saying Eddie Howe in, I won't say Eddie Howe out for until we start playing football again at the start of next season, because it's pointless. If they make the decision, then realistically we know that's what's going to happen, and we could lose every game between here and the end of the season. They could still decide to keep him, and at that point, I'll not mention it because we know what's going to happen. But what do you think? Obviously we've got Bournemouth who've made a statement already, Palace who've made a statement already, Chelsea have now made a statement already. Newcastle falling behind a little bit?
I think, like what I said last night, was maybe the board at Newcastle are thinking that if they make a statement and they say Eddie Howe is staying, then if we lose, the following 5 games, they might feel like they look a bit stupid maybe, or they might feel, like they've jumped the gun a bit. Even though I don't agree with that in terms of you've seen enough up until now to make a decision either way. So maybe that's their thinking. But, I mean, at the same time, maybe it will just dampen things, and maybe it'll dampen the noise, and it might actually focus minds if they say that Eddie Howe is staying. And it's a bit of a kind of move towards the players in terms of telling those players you need to pull your socks up because you ain't going anywhere. So you need to crack on to win games. So maybe there'll be a bit of that involved. And maybe, like you say as well, the fans will be like, we're annoyed, but he's staying. There's nothing we can do about that. Let's support them. And you might get a few more wins in that environment. So yeah, I see the pros and cons. But I agree, like, they do need to make a decision, and yeah. And if it isn't Eddie Howe staying, you need to be putting the feelers out for these managers. You can't just sit down at the end of the season and go, okay, we don't believe in Eddie Howe anymore. Who's the best man out there for the job? Oh, well, Iriola could have been good. Right. All right. He's at Chelsea now. Oh, okay. It's and same with Cesc Fabregas. So yeah, they need to be proactive. It's no kind of disrespect to Eddie Howe. I don't mean, like I say, sit down with these managers out there and thrash out terms while Eddie Howe's slogging away. I just mean put the feelers out with third parties and gauge what's possible and what isn't. So yeah, I think that I wouldn't be waiting until the summer for the board to make their mind up.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. If they wait until the summer to make their mind up, then there's a big problem there for me, particularly with the World Cup. We've said it. Well, I've said it since Wolves. The draw early on, and I think I'd only been with the channel about a week when I'd said it. It's one of those where they need to make their mind up on what they're going to do. And for me, if you say, "Oh, Eddie Howe, it's been absolutely beautiful. It's been fantastic. You're a legend here, but we're going to move on at the end of the season," I don't think anyone would have any problem with that. And I actually think, at the end of the day, if you release that statement on Eddie Howe, and we do lose the next home game against Brighton, I don't think you'd get the boos at the end of the game that you got against Bournemouth, which are completely within the fans' rights to do that as well, by the way. Just one in there. Brian Penny, Lampard back to Chelsea. Imagine if he did that. To be fair, he's 8-1 with the bookies. I did check just before. Let's be honest, it's not going to happen, but imagine leaving a title-winning Coventry side, who, to be fair, probably will go down next season, of what we've seen, to go back to Chelsea and probably fail again. It's a pretty toxic job. But it's one that needs doing, and it's one of the toughest jobs in football, in my opinion. Despite having all that money, and it's mainly because of Bahili. But David Spence in there as well. Just Roberto Mancini is a top candidate to replace Eddie Howe at the club at Newcastle if the club decides to make a change this summer. Hard heard similar. He spent a bit of time in Saudi and Qatar at the moment. He's on one hell of a wage, which is probably going to be the stumbling block, if anything. But let's be honest, if you're a manager of Mancini's calibre, you probably don't want to spend the rest of your career in I think it's Qatar he's in at the moment after spending some time with Saudi. Um, and then one actually just on the Maresca situation. Well, two on the Maresca situation. I want to get your opinion. Chelsea wants yes managers. They want full control of transfers. That's why Maresca left. I know Maresca also was playing injured players when the physios were saying not to. But this is a very interesting one as well. Maresca went up in my estimation, seeing how bad Chelsea are since he left, and it makes me think he was doing a decent job. I said before that I thought Poch was the only one that done a decent job, but that's a great point. Do you think Maresca's time at Chelsea is actually underrated?
Yeah, I said a few days ago that I thought he did a good job at Chelsea, Maresca. I thought he had them competing, didn't he? His
Mm-hmm.
football itself wasn't my cup of tea because
No.
it is a lot of sideways passing. Some people like that. I prefer to be going for the throat a bit more. But in terms of like results and stuff and seemingly how we got the players together spirit wise, I think that they seem to be in a good state and obviously miles better than what they are now since Rossini came in. So maybe he was holding things together better than the Chelsea owners appreciated. And I think, yeah, again, it goes back to the owners meddling in the transfers maybe. And in the end of the day, it's the manager's head on the block. So I think the manager has to have input into who comes through the door. And it's a collaboration, isn't it? But I think,
100%.
yeah, if you're going to cut the manager off completely, that's only going to end. I mean, if unless the manager stipulates from the outset he is absolutely fine with that, he's only interested in coaching, and that's that. Then okay, it'll work. But I think a lot of managers who really have a vision for their team, will want some kind of say. So it's only going to end one way if the owners keep on meddling like that. And yeah,
Yeah,
like I
100%.
do agree, Poch as well. Like I said before, I think he did well as well. So
Yeah, they've had a bit of a strange way with managers over the years. Rossini just the latest to really struggle there. Go slightly off topic, but we're probably not going to mention him for the rest of the episode. Now, it's not. I don't know if we're going to talk about it later, but obviously there's the talk of Johan Wissa being sold for 15 million, which would represent a 40 million pound loss. And David's asking there what we think about the Wissa situation. If Newcastle sell him for 40 million in the summer, is it the worst Premier League transfer since Mikhailo Mudryk?
mm, I'll be up there like Warnes. You know, that is just such a big loss to take, and it's the fact that he's had 1 year. Only
Mm-hmm.
had 1 year, isn't it? And it's like we're wiping our hands of him just after that period. It's like if he'd been here for a few years, you'd say, okay, we've got something out of him, but we're going to take a massive hit. But the fact that he's only been here a year, he hasn't even played loads of games as well. So it'd be one of the worst, like one of the worst transfers. I mean, again, this is why I want to see him play. And I know you've got to reward players for how they train. I get that, but I mean, by all accounts, he has been training quite well. So I
Yeah.
think if he had some minutes, yeah, between now and the end of the season, maybe it'd give you a little bit of hope that he could be a squad player for us next season. And you could play Sula on the right, who we know can do damage there, and then have Volamada and Wissa up top. So that's what I'd be trying. Like, I mean, I was hoping maybe he can go out on loan next season and play well somewhere, and then get a decent fee for him the following year to kind of not break even, but just lose maybe a little bit, but nothing as crazy as what we would lose this time.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I'm not sure how much the change to SCR instead of PSR
Hmm.
would actually impact the move, because I know it's more based on your revenue, what you're coming through. I had seen people saying if Newcastle chose to sack Eddie Howe now, they would still have to pay that contract, obviously. But people were thinking, oh, are Newcastle waiting to do that? Because it wouldn't impact SCR because the managers
Hmm.
don't fall under that. I'm not entirely sure how Wissa, obviously being a player, although he's probably spent less time on the pitch than Tyndall these last few months. It's a I'm not sure exactly how the loss of 40 million would actually impact us that much just with the crossover. I imagine it would still be pretty devastating for Newcastle with that, but I'm also looking at it at the moment of, is that the best we're going to get out of Johan Wissa for the next 3-4 years? Because even if he comes in and scores 10, 15 goals next season, which
Mm.
he doesn't look like doing, I don't think you get more than 20 million for him the year after.
Mm.
What do you think?
Yeah, because he'd be 30, wouldn't he? Am I right in
Mhm.
saying? So, yeah, and yeah, even 20 million. Yeah, maybe you could try and get closer to 30 from some poor club out there who buys all the rhetoric that would throw at them. But um, it is crazy, and that was desperation. Like last minute, last second to get his signature, and to be paying 55 million. It is poor. Honestly, it is, because it's not as if he's then been playing since he's been fit. He hasn't played much, like you say. So to spend that money, you want to be sure that that player will be impacting us, and he hasn't. And it just goes back. I know, like, I have got sympathy in the fact that they didn't have a DOF, didn't have a CEO. That clearly hampered us. But you would have thought that the scouting team and Eddie Howe himself would have a list of strikers that would mean that we wouldn't have to fall back on paying 55 million, for a 29-year-old striker who, as it happens, hasn't been up to it. And unlucky with the injury, definitely unlucky with that. It was really crazy timing, and he did play really well for Brentford, but in his last year. But I think, was it a one-off? You know what I mean? Was that a purple patch for Wissa, for Brentford?
Yeah.
These manager and scouts are paid to make those assessments and to find out the right answer to that.
Well, 100%. Let's be honest. He's one of those players, and we seem to have signed quite a few players who are just going through purple patches. Anthony Alanga being one in there. And you can't say that for Jacob Ramsey or Malik Chow, but because Chow was better the season before than he was last season. And Jacob Ramsey spent most of his time injured. But Nick Voltemada as well. 69 million on someone who'd only really been doing it for 6 months. It's not catastrophic to the point where you go, right, okay, let's be honest, this is a terrible move, but you're taking big risks on form, and as Newcastle, you can't afford to do that. It just demonstrates sort of. I mean, we mentioned it numerous times in previous episodes, so I'm not going to hash on about it again. But the desperation that Newcastle have had in previous seasons. Just to want to push on from Gavin Fuller. Eddie Howe said early in the season he was moving to possession style, and that's where the horseshoe stuff comes from. But Eddie Howe isn't a possession coach. I think he's got things confused. And what do you think of that? Because I'm inclined to agree, because I
Yeah.
remember that quote, and I remember him saying we're going to try and push and be more of a possession side. It's where my whole idea of, if Newcastle change the manager, it has to be someone who can change the playing style comes from. Do you think Eddie Howe's a victim of trying to change his playing style, or do you think it's just a case of it just hasn't worked and he can't revert back?
I think it might well be the latter, what you said there. I think things are definitely confused, because I find that we get in positions in the final third a lot and go back, and we either go back, to the keeper, or we could play it side to side and switch the ball over to the other side, the other wing. And we have opportunities to shoot, we have opportunities to cross, and we don't do it. But then Eddie Howe, only a few weeks ago said that he wants to play possession with a purpose, and he wants us to kind of not waste being in the final third, basically, and that is something we do on a regular basis. So is it the players have this in mind, like you say, where early on the season it's a case of, look, lads, we're going to be more possession based, we're going to evolve that way. So is that why they are coming back all the time, to create a more perfect opening before going for the shot across? And like you say, Eddie Howe just hasn't got it in him to really fully convert to that style. So there's mixed messages. It would explain, to be fair, why I'm looking at us passing up opportunities to go for it, but then not having the capability to really craft further chances. Do you know what I mean? And really make that possession count in terms of pulling the opposition around left, right, and centre. We often then just go back to the keeper or just lose the ball. So I think there's a bit of an identity crisis in that way.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, to be honest. And I think it is one of those, we always said it would be a season of transition where we'd struggle. But I don't think anyone expected the struggles that we've had so far. Got another one in there as well. Kyle Pittenray, hello, can you explain Leeds' season? That is going to be tough, a little tough, because I haven't seen that much of them. But from what I've seen, I would say basically they're a lot more of a disciplined side than what they were at the start of the season. Start of the season, one of those where they brought in the players who they knew were going to work hard for them. Daniel Farker only wants players who are going to be able to work and play at that sort of at the Premier League level. If you're not working hard, you're not getting into his team. It's why players like Dominic Calvert-Lewin work really well for him. They try and stay compact. And that compactness, much like Sunderland you've seen this season, let's be honest, if you're up against a team like that, and you can't break them down like Newcastle really struggle to, you do have a lot of problems. And Leeds, when we beat them 4-3, we got really lucky in that game, in my opinion. Pressed really well, and I think that moment where Daniel Farker was basically told, look, you need to buck your ideas up as a team here, or Daniel Farker is going to be sacked. I think he's such a likeable figure, and we've seen that at Norwich as well, that players are raising their game for him. That defensive organisation, pressing when they're on bad touches, backward passes, etc., and actually playing for your manager, that makes a huge difference. What you're seeing at Newcastle at the moment, just to always bring it back to Newcastle, what you're seeing is a team that don't play for the manager, and every single player in that team, they're built around resilience, they're built around staying compact, which you wouldn't think considering Newcastle put 4 past them, but they're a really tough side to play, and I think at home, it just shows. I think their away form's one of the worst in the league, but at Ellen Road, it is a really tough place to go, and they've made the most of that. So, to be honest, I'd say look at Sunderland, look at Leeds. It's very, very similar, and very, very different to what we see at Newcastle United. I don't know if you've got anything to add on that one, Matt.
Well, what they're doing is the opposite of what Ipswich done last season, and what Burnley, I think was it Burnley last season or 2 seasons ago, what they had done. Yeah, it was 2 seasons ago, Burnley, where they come up and it's they're not adapting to the league, and they are trying to play pretty football, but they haven't got the players to do it. And like you said, Leeds and Sunderland have came up and said, no, actually, we're not going to fall into that trap. We're going to be tough to beat. We're going to try and grind results out if we can. That's not beneath us. We're going to have to do that. I think Falker, did he switch to wing backs at some point? I think he might have done that. I'm not sure. But the threat, you know what I mean, when they go forward, they are a real threat. And you look at the Man United game, they should have been 3-4-0 up at half time in that one. So they've always impressed us when I've seen them personally. And like you said, they gave us one hell of a game. So I've always said, maybe they're gonna get dragged back into relegation because of the momentum and that they're not picking up the points that their performances deserve, and they might start getting nervous because of that. But I was always surprised that Leeds would be in danger of going down based on how I'd seen them play when I'd seen them.
Yeah, 100%. I think one of the main things for me is you mentioned it there. They play with Bogle and Goodmanson as they originally played them as the 2 fullbacks, moving them to wing backs and putting Biol as that 3rd central defender gives them a lot of stability. I know when we played them earlier in the season, I think it was Asula and Murphy. Well, Asula, Murphy, and Ramsey we had up front. So let's be honest, they could have played with 2 at the back and been all right. But thanks for asking the questions in there. Love to talk about other clubs as well as Newcastle United. If there's anything in there that you think we've got wrong, let me know. educated with, because, as I say, I don't know Leeds nearly, or any other clubs in the Premier League nearly as well as I know the Toon. But that can change. Some extra questions in there. Davey saying, how are you, lads? The stadium news, please. I am not going to be mentioning anything about the stadium just yet. I am saving that for the later shows. As you'll find, anything that typically goes in the title is saved for that final show. With us on the Premier League show starting things off on Mondays and Wednesdays.
Yeah.
But just be patient, lads.
Yeah, patience, mate.
Yeah, Seb in there as well. Hey lads, personally believe we should target young Bundesliga and Eredivisie talent. The market values of these players is changed compared to Prem and La Liga. We need to sign 8 players. I'd agree with Bundesliga if it wasn't for Nick Voltemade. There's been a few other examples from the Bundesliga that haven't quite worked. But to be honest, the sentiment of it, I completely agree with. What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, I agree as well. I think we need to look at all the leagues and find these gems. They're out there. And yes, it takes a bit of balls, if you like, to take the gamble and put your faith in them, because the manager, like I said earlier, it's their head in the block, so they need results as well. But you have to put your faith in some of these signings, I think. And we did it to a less extent. We did it with Bruno. It was in France, and I appreciate that, Germany, but similar league, if you like. And I know Bruno wasn't exactly cheap, but he was a third of what he would have cost a few years later. So we took the gamble on him, if you want to call it a gamble. We need to do that. So yeah, Germany. I can't claim that I watch Bundesliga these days. I used to,
No.
Years ago, but I haven't in a while. So yeah, I think they've got to do that. The thing is, with football these days, everyone does know everyone, don't they? All the scouts will have all the data on all the young players out there. Yeah. It's about taking that risk, like I said, having the faith to do it, and knowing that you can implement them. Knowing
100%.
that you have a pathway for them and a system for them, not just kind of get them through the door and be like, okay, what we're going to do with them now. So that's where it's key that the manager is aligned with that.
100%. If a manager isn't aligned with that, you kind of see what's happened with Newcastle this season. The number one targets that Eddie Howe had in the summer. You're looking at your Mbuemos, your João Pedros, etc. Even Margay, very different to the players that we've actually brought in. I'm not sure why 5th or 6th on the list aren't the same style of player. Personally, but yeah. I mean, sorry, did you have something like that?
Just that, I don't mind us going for those higher tier players initially. I think that's good. It's ambitious, and obviously they would bring it results, wouldn't they? João Pedro would have been superb for us, and much better for us in terms of how we want to play as well. So I don't mind that. It's just that when you then work down the list, the jump or the fall in quality shouldn't be so big. And like you say, maybe in style as well, there shouldn't be a massive discrepancy between the style of player from the players at the top of the list and the players just a little bit further down. So that's definitely something that they need to look at. They need to broaden the horizon so that the quality they bring in is still good enough, basically, even if it's not the first choice targets.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's be honest, that's probably where we went wrong in the summer. I think because I'm pretty much a good, well-rounded team has 6 or 7 options for every position, all with very similar playing styles. I think, let's be honest, we know the back room in the summer was a bit of a mess. I don't think we had those options really of fully scouted, 6th choice striker up there. But I also say that with Liam Delap in mind, who was 2nd or 3rd choice, depending on who you believe. And 30 million, he doesn't look like much either. Anthony Elanga, scouted for years, he was 1st choice. So there's a lot of things that got wrong with that 1st choice as well. Obviously, you can't make that excuse. I'm not trying to, by the way. But question in there as well from Christopher Oskin. I think Eddie Howe is a copycat manager. He tries other managers' systems. He doesn't have the brain power to make a new system. I'll ask you your thoughts on just a sec, but I think it's an interesting one because I don't think of many managers who aren't like that at the moment. You could argue Maresca, Iraola have all, done that in a way of maybe copycat is a bit more simplistic than what you actually mean, because everyone sort of operates within that same tactical ecosystem as top managers. How many have been motivated by Guardiola or Klopp and play their kind of way. Eddie Howe, probably more like a twist on the Jurgen press. High intensity, high press and work rate. Obviously, that hasn't been the case this season. Quick transitions, those vertical attacks that we have. So, but I think he has also adjusted it to fit players like Joe Linton in, who he's turned into a bit of a pressing monster rather than that clumsy forward. So for me, I wouldn't say copycat. He is pragmatic, but he's not very flexible. But I think he is very detail orientated in that style of play, and maybe I'd say he isn't creative enough to come up with these, his fresh style of play. But I don't think many managers do in the modern day. What do you think, Tim?
I I agree, and this is the issue: is that you can get another manager in, but they're going to have their own faults out there, and they're probably going to be stubborn in their own way to what they themselves are wedded to. So, uh, that is the issue. But yeah, Eddie Howe is very stubborn when it comes to this 4-3-3. I do find it amazing that we would not try 4-2-3-1, if you want to call it that, with Vollemar in the 10, and Wissa obviously in the 9. I find it crazy that you would think those players are good enough to buy for that sort of money and not play them in those positions. So I wish somebody would ask him about it, really, to say, like, do you not why do you not want to try that? And he might come out and say, well, this midfielder's doing this, Sula's doing well, etc. And okay, fine, but again, I think with Iriola, I think yeah, he's got his style, and it is more front-footed, and it is playing with a purpose. And again, it's a bit like Cesc. Those styles are quite similar, and Maresca has his style, and it is more like Pep, more back in the day with Pep, I think, where it's very slow build up, and obviously he worked with Pep. So I think in terms of copycat, I do think a lot of managers copy this tiki-taka, regardless of the players that they have. They just see that as like the right way to play football these days. So the players have to adapt, and I don't like that. So I think on the flip side, you do have the likes of Iriola and Cesc, where they want to play a bit more, like you say, vertical, more direct,
Yeah,
and I like that because it isn't falling into the trap of, well, uh, we're going to do a Pep's way or no way. But the thing is, though, even Pep's evolved a little bit. He does go along a bit more now with Haaland compared to
yeah.
in the past. Um, yeah,
That's
so
the thing. Haaland's
it,
really actually struggling this season, but when you look at his like assists, I think he's got more assists for City this season than he's had his entire time. He's not quite getting the goals that he did. Still top goal scorer in the league, as you say, but he's sort of adjusted that around Haaland, and I think that's something that. Much like Eddie Howe, I mean, Pep Guardiola's got the pedigree to turn around and say, I know better than you. Look at everything I've won. Howe's only got that one trophy, well, a couple of trophies to his name because of his time at Bournemouth as well. But yeah, I think it's very interesting because Haaland looks brilliant at City most of the time, but then if they can't get him in the game, much like we struggle to get Isak in the game, Liverpool have failed to get Isak in the game. Those kind of strikers just seem to go amiss. And just one in there from Liam Oliver. His system's a carbon copy of Klopp's Liverpool. I'm not inclined to agree. I think our style was a lot more balanced. Klopp's was, the Jurgen press that everyone sort of bases it off. It was so much more aggressive. They had that immediate swarm after losing the ball almost every time they lost it. Newcastle were a little bit more reserved, and while we did try and press a lot more than what we used to, I wouldn't say it was quite Klopp style. I think we utilised the midfield probably more as well. Obviously, that front three Liverpool had Mane, Salah, Firmino, even Nunes for a degree at times. Absolutely fantastic, mainly situated around them. Well, I think we were kind of forced, with maybe more than by choice, to play in through Bruno Guimaraes. So we're utilising the midfield a lot more. I think we try to have a lot more defensive stability as well, particularly a couple of seasons back, while Klopp was just a case of, look, if it descends to chaos, I've got all the confidence in my back line, Van Dijk, etc., to just deal with it. Klopp defined the gegenpress and its high intensity identity first football. I don't think our system was as good as that, but I definitely wouldn't have said a carbon copy. What do you think, Tim?
I can see the similarities, and yeah, maybe the fact, like you say, that we had Bruno meant that
Forced
we
a bit of
went through
change.
midfield, yeah, a bit more. Whereas Liverpool had Henderson. Who else was in there? They were all kind of workhorses,
Like
weren't they? They were good
Firmino,
players. Yeah,
Wijnaldum's, etc.
yeah,
Yeah.
Wijnaldum. To be fair, Wijnaldum, he's a good player, isn't he? But yeah, I think he converted to being a bit more of a deeper player for Liverpool in midfields, and maybe they were more direct that way, where they bypassed midfield. But like you say, with Bruno, with us, we're not going to do that as much. But I think it is the high intensity, high press that Eddie Howe wants, and
Yeah.
I think, yeah, maybe in a slightly different guise, but it is ultimately what he wants. But again, like, I know you said that Liverpool bombed forwards and let the defence deal with it, but the fact that they had Henderson in there, I think helped them a lot. He did a good job for
100%.
them. Yeah, he was combative. He could read the play. I'll say it again. I think we've lacked that sort of midfielder for quite a while now. Tonali did that to an extent last season for a period, but not this season. So I think that's something that hasn't worked for us. And yeah, when we want to sit back, when we kind of want to defend as a team, we have a line of five, don't we, or three in midfield, and it's a
Yeah.
flat line. And it's even though the strike is isolated and we're sitting off, if you like, we're still played through because there's a space between the defence and midfield, and the number 10 for the opposition can wander in behind. So that's been a massive problem. But I think as well, like the high press, high energy, I think you have to rotate, don't you? If you're going to be playing that, you have to really be conscious of rotating. And if a cup game comes along, and you want to win the cups, absolutely. I don't know. I was lamenting the fact that under previous managers, we didn't go for the cups. It was disgrace, really. But this time we've had Europe as well, so you've got to have a bit of realism in your selection and rotation. So I think that's another thing Eddie Howe hasn't done well enough in. He wants to play the style, but he hasn't rotated people, the likes of Joe Linton, enough to actually keep players fresh for it.
Yeah, 100%. And we're mentioning the midfield there as well. We're saying we don't rotate as much, and that's the area of the pitch you really see it, in my opinion. With your Sandros and stuff, Jordan Henderson, we mentioned him before, and I'll hate the fact that he's one of the most successful Mackems to ever play football. But if you asked, I mean, they had him and Milner in that midfield for a
Aye,
period.
Milner.
You could ask them to do marathon after marathon, and they'd be able to do it to you probably do multiple on the same day. You ask Sandro Tonali to do it, and you'd be like, yeah, you could probably do it. You ask Bruno to do it, and it'll be a slower time than most, but he'd
Yeah.
be able to do it. I think Joe Linton would get frustrated halfway through. Ramsey would pull his hamstring. So, but just on there, Brian Penny asking as well, midfield at Newcastle, how many goals by each player this season? And I'll tell you, I believe only Bruno's got more than 2 in the league. I haven't got the stats for all comps just in front of me, but Bruno's the top goal scorer in the Premier League. I know that for sure. But Ramsey and Joe Linton are a second in that midfield with 2 goals. I know Tonali got 2 against Villa in the Cup, but hasn't scored in the Premier League. Neither's Joe Willock. So you're really sitting there in that midfield. It hasn't done enough this season. Miley's got 1 as well, worth noting. So yeah, that midfield is For me, that midfield's really, really not let we're down this season, but in regards to creativity, even when Isak wasn't around, when midfield was still getting goals, you take Bruno Guimaraes out of the equation, which we have done for a little while, and there's no one else that really chips in with those goals. Just that was pretty much the last I wanted to add of Newcastle. Oh wait, no, there was one more. Sebin. Just the last one on Newcastle. We'll go for the last half an hour through the Prem topics. What should our target be for next season? Personally, if we want to compete for the Premier League by 2030, next season is the most crucial season for the entire project at Newcastle. I absolutely agree. 2030, the whole 2030 comment, I think, is one of the worst comments that will ever. It's the worst comment that's been made at Newcastle United since Mike Ashley said, "We'll make our own luck," and then we got relegated. And we were a little unlucky. You could say in the lead up to that. I absolutely hate the fact that he's come out and said it. Hopkinson, I love the fact that he's got the ambition there. But if you are looking at 2030 and saying you need to be want to be, compete for the Premier League, compete in the Champions League, etc., number one, I believe, is what they've been talking about. You've got to be back in Champions League next season. I don't think that's the aim overall. I think it's get back into Europe, maybe change the playing style. If you keep Howe, I think you've got to aim for Champions League again. What do you think?
I think the aim should be to be competing for top six next season and to get some form of Europe, preferably no less than Europa League. Yeah, thank you for the compliments, was it? Appreciate that.
Yeah, saying looking beautiful tonight, guys. Love yous. £2 super chat in there. Thank you very much. Is that to be fair? It's not a comment about me chubby cheeks this time, was it? So I appreciate it.
Don't tempt
thank you
them,
very much. Yeah, to be fair, there'll be a few more in there, but it comes from a loving place. But sorry, Tim, what were you going to say there, mate?
Yeah, just I think to get back into Europe so that we're not out of Europe for too long a time. So our name's out there, and I think I agree with Hopkinson's comments. I admire the ambition, and that's what we want as a club. But it was clumsy and it was naive, wasn't it, to say that? Kind of thinking
Yeah,
about Chelsea,
100%.
owners, like a bit of naivety there. I think you should have just said, look, we are here to compete. We want to be competing as high as possible, and keep it a bit vague, but make sure that the world knows that we are ambitious.
Yeah.
But yeah, to specifically state we want to be one of the top clubs or the top club by 2030, like you say, putting a date on it. I don't know if he was he asked about that date or did he come up with that? I'm not sure, but
I think
either
that was
way,
he said it.
did he?
Yeah, I don't think he was prompted on 2030.
Yeah.
They might have asked for the next 5 years. What's the plan for 5 years, maybe? And he's come up with 2030. I'll have to watch it back.
Yeah. So why put you? I think what his rationale is that I think you said this in the same comment that it's all good and well being ambitious, but if you don't put a deadline in place, there's nothing tangible to be aiming for, type thing. That's where he was coming from, and it's like, and you might not get what you state, but if you might come close, therefore you'll still be doing very well. So I understand that logic, but when it comes to football, I think that might work well in business, but in terms of football and the dynamics of on the pitch and the fans, I think it's gonna backfire if you don't have it nailed down that you are gonna be doing what you need to do to be up there, and we're not. So I think in top six, I think Brian thinks I'm being ambitious with that, but I think that's the aim. We might not get there, but I think that has to be the aim to try. And a lot will depend on the summer in terms of what we do. Players
agreed.
coming in, players going out.
Yeah, I was selling there, saying that if your owners really had the ambition of the 2030 mission, Eddie Howe wouldn't be here anymore, and they get a top manager and back him. And to be honest, I'm inclined to agree. Obviously, everyone, as I say, everyone knows my thoughts. I'm not gonna jump in any further. I genuinely think it's time to move on. If Newcastle are ambitious as a club, you look at the change in the playing style next season and being a possession side, and you work that way, because it doesn't just happen in a season. It takes 2 or 3 to really get there, particularly with players that can't play a 6-yard pass at the moment, which Newcastle have. So again, thanks everyone for the comments. It's a really interesting. So it is really interesting to see what everyone thinks, and it's I'm glad that everyone has like very different opinions on Newcastle at the moment, because I think realistically we're in a bad place. If it was just one way of the manager's the only thing that's wrong, I think I'd be really bored of the club. But thankfully, well, not the case there. So back to, I'll quickly answer Chris in there with, would you take Hurtzler? I'm reserved on Hurtzler because I think he's had 2 good seasons and 2 very average. How long has he been there? Is it 1 average season or is it 2 average seasons?
Is this I think it's his 2nd season, isn't it? This season, is it not?
2024. Yeah, he will have done. So last season, I thought there were. Who was in charge before then? Jeez.
De Zerbi,
still does it De Zerbi? Wow.
I think it was, you know.
I thought he'd been there for 3 seasons for some reason. Yeah, he did what they did well last season. I think actually getting 8th. They got 8th again. Well, they're likely to get top 8 again this season. You know what? It wouldn't be too bad, but again, it's another manager that hasn't. It's another. Wow, I've got a super chat in there actually. Just quickly, Monkey Spot. I'm coming in there. Just looked at the video. 2030 mentioned by Alex Crook. Thank you very much, buddy, for checking that up for us, and thank you very much for checking that super chat in as well. Much love to you. For me, Hurtzler is, and I've used that I've used that moment to get me words. Hurtzler is another one that in the Premier League he hasn't done it with Europe at the same time. I think if you're going to improve on Howe, you need someone who's proven at doing that. And I know Iraola hasn't got that. So I am contradicting myself a little bit, but he does fulfill the other aim, in my opinion. Well, I think Hurtzler still can play very, very defensive football. What do you think?
Well, I was going to ask you, Michael. So is it Iraola you said? Who is it you would get? So you've said that you want that criteria, but so who is it you would go for in an ideal world?
Iraola's up there, 100%. I've said from day one the manager I would go for that I think would take Newcastle to the next level would be Hurtzler. Not who is it?
I was going to say that's a U-turn.
Yeah, Terzic.
Right.
Who was it? Borussia Dortmund. Yeah, because I thought he was absolutely fantastic at Dortmund. Got them, should have won the league. They bottled it.
Yeah.
Maybe he suits Spurs better than Newcastle, but he'd be the one I'd mainly go for. Doesn't really fit that sort of more of attacking style. Iraola does. But I've always said too, Terzic would take us to the next level. In regards to changing the playing style, Iraola is up there with the one for me. If Cesk's available and he wants to come, there's no doubt about it, but I don't think he'd want to come.
And just quickly, why do you think Cesc wouldn't come?
Because I think he needs something bigger than what he's got at Como at the minute, and he's got a massive investment in there at Como. He's involved in the back room. He's basically at a club with so much financial power that, in my opinion, in 5 to 10 years, they'll be fighting for the title, fighting for top 4, fighting for the title pretty much every year. And I don't think they would sack him if he struggled in a season. I think he's got so much security in that job. And I think he'll want to win something at Como before he leaves. The only place that I could see him going would be a Chelsea or a Barcelona.
It makes sense, that, doesn't it? Like, if he's got it really good there, he can properly build something. And like you say, just bide his time. And then if he keeps on doing brilliantly, you know for a fact that some of these, the biggest clubs out there would be like, okay, we're going to have him now. He's done it over a long period of time. So that does make sense why you would have that mindset. Like, I think with, by all means, still ask the question. But I think with Hurtzler, he's been up and down, hasn't he? The season they were doing like really poorly. They themselves were 14 not long ago, I think, and they've turned it around. So he's clearly a talented manager. He's only like, he's mid-30s or something crazy. But yeah, I'm not as convinced about Hurtzler, and yeah, sometimes he dresses like he's about to go on a catwalk as well for some reason, not at a football game.
Yeah,
Strange one.
very stylish geezer, isn't he?
Hmm.
And I like a manager with a bit of style. I like a manager
Hmm.
that looks after himself.
I know what you mean,
Doesn't
Michael. Yeah.
not like a Stevie Bruce on the side. You know what I
No,
mean?
you know what? I'm old school, right? For me, it's either smartly dressed or club attire.
Yeah,
Have a suit on
completely.
or have the badge on. One of the two.
Yeah, no, some random. If a manager's wearing some random tracks, it puts me off him.
Aye.
If he wins the game, I couldn't care. But sitting there going, right, how we at least make an effort.
Mm.
If you can't make an effort to dress yourself, I can't see you putting much effort in training. And also in with what about Nagelsmann? And just following up, if
Mm.
Liverpool got rid of Slot, my top three to speak to would be Enrique, Alonso, and Nagelsmann. I agree with Enrique and Alonso. Nagelsmann, I mean, he would go to Liverpool. I'm not sure he would end up at Newcastle. I would love him to. Again, just 38. He's got the experience of Hoffenheim, Leipzig, and Bayern Munich. And Germany, of course. If he does leave them after the World Cup, then realistically, he's a target, in my opinion. Um, he was nicknamed, I think was he the mini Mourinho at one point? So if people want
Yeah.
Mourinho, get the mini Mourinho in instead.
Mm.
Younger, I think there's a lot that he could do for us. I think in the end, though, I don't think Newcastle are going to go for a foreign manager. I've got a really bad feeling we go for someone who, not foreign, but from a different country of managing in that country. I think they're
Yeah.
going to go for someone with Premier League experience.
Mm.
What do you think?
Yeah. Honestly, it's hard to tell exactly what they are thinking, really, and what their preference would be. I mean, I do think ultimately their preference is to keep Eddie Howe if it is going to work. I think they'll be reluctant to change it, but don't get us wrong. I think they will if they feel the need to, but I think they have a lot of faith in Eddie Howe. If they changed it, I think yeah, it makes sense maybe that they'd lean towards more Premier League experience, but yeah, maybe they would. I mean, that's where obviously you could say Jose Mourinho or Mancini. They're not managing in England right now, but obviously they've been here for
Yeah.
quite a long time in the past. So yeah, maybe they'd go for a name, but along those lines for that reason. But like Nagelsmann, yeah, you look at his experience, like, and you look at the job he's done. He's clearly up there, isn't he? And I said last night, like, by all means, if we decide Eddie Howe isn't the man to take us forwards, and that it's too much of a downward spiral that we're on to reverse it, then yeah, I think go for Enrique, go for Nagelsmann and Alonso. They might say no, very likely they'll say no. So it's a case of then who do you go for? Oh, I think is it a sideways step to go for a Fabregas or a Iraola, where we're talking about this Eddie Howe, the Eddie Howe, that had us fourth place and etc. He was in a different place, wasn't he? He wasn't burnt out. He was getting the best out of the players. So he's still, I wouldn't say he's not a bad manager, but right now he's lost his way. So when you are getting somebody else in like Iraola, like a Fabregas, I don't see it really as a sideward step because they themselves are doing really well. They're on an upward trajectory, and they can bring fresh ideas and also be, I think, a smooth transition as well if it's the right character. And obviously maybe you could say that's where Mourinho comes in. I think that's too
Just
much of
maybe, yeah.
180 for me, but yeah.
No, I completely agree. That it's for me. I love Mourinho. I'll say he's one of the best of all time. But I just don't see him working for us, and it really hurts me every time I say that because I do love him. I think he's a brilliant, brilliant manager. I'd love to see him here. Just not right now.
Mm.
I would have loved it 5 years ago. If he came in instead of Howe. someone said to Jamie the other day, "Oh, if Jose came in 5 years ago, you'd probably have a tattoo of him." I don't have a single tattoo on my body, but I'd probably have a Jose tattoo
Aye.
by now if we did. One in there as well, very interesting because he's been linked with Liverpool, and obviously RSL's in here. He's a Liverpool fan. What if PIF decide to keep Howe? What happens to the rat Anthony Gordon? I genuinely think there's going to be 4 or 5 new big, decent-sized names that leave Newcastle this summer, and I think Anthony Gordon might be gone before the World Cup. What do you think?
It does sound like there's interest. I think there's a lot of noise around him and other clubs wanting him, and I don't think it's a coincidence. So yeah, I think the fact that there's interest out there tells me that he probably will go.
Yeah.
Please sell him abroad. Who, Anthony Gordon?
Yeah, it's a Liverpool fan in
Oh
saying,
yeah, yeah,
please sell Anthony Gordon abroad because he
yeah,
doesn't want them anywhere near us and he wants Yan Diomande in instead. So fair
yeah.
enough.
I think yeah, with Liverpool, honestly, like I do find it amazing, really, that I don't want to paint him out to be the worst player ever, but I don't see him at a club like Liverpool who want to be right at the top. And if they like next season they want to try and win the league again, I don't see him, not as a starter anyway, as making a difference for them. And same with other clubs. Chelsea were linked as well. I know they're doing terrible, obviously, right now, but to get up to winning leagues, no, he's not that player for me. I mean,
yeah, I agree.
maybe Bayern want him as a squad player, but where do you think he'll go, Michael? Like, if he goes, where do you think he'll end up?
I genuinely think it will. He'll end up at Arsenal.
Do you?
I think particularly if they bottle the league this year, I think Gabby Martinelli hasn't been good enough for a good few
Nah.
seasons. Trossard is pretty much out the door as well. They realistically need 2 left wingers. They're going to need one that's going to hit the ground running. I genuinely think they come in with an offer for Anthony Gordon. I'm not sure it'll be what Newcastle want. Eberechi Eze could also play there, which, to be honest, I think he's probably better suited to at Arsenal. Certainly he'll get more space out wide than what he does playing that central position where 2-3 players are going to be around him at all times. So that would work there. But at the same time, Liverpool, I'm not sure, I don't know if RSL agrees, but for me, Liverpool this season, they've been missing a lot of width that Luis Diaz was providing. And it's very easy to say now, well, that's very obvious. But I think going into the season, and obviously what happened with Diogo Jota is an absolute tragedy. And there's no way you can prepare for anything like that. But going into the season with, Cody Gakpo and maybe Florian Wirtz, if you wanted to put him on that side, which I know has been done at times. It's not really the preference. It doesn't give you that pace. I know Rio's good, but when Rio plays, they look a completely different side because he gets down that left wing and he stretches the team and he gives those attackers a lot more space to play with, and that's what Liverpool have been missing. I know they're missing a lot of Ekitike and Isak haven't really been up front together. Isak would probably drift out the left a bit more, but it is a really difficult one for them because they've probably got 5 or 6 players they want to sign, and I don't think Anthony Gordon is really going to be affordable for what he's going to deliver. And I was on there as well, by the way. I prefer Rio to Gordon as well, and he'll be better than Gordon in 18 months. If he plays like he did coming off the bench against Newcastle, I agree. Because he was great. He's only had cameos since. And Brian saying Gordon would be third choice if he went to Bayern Munich. And Waza in Dr. David Banner would be a great manager. How dare I?
Is that the Hulk?
Aye.
Yeah.
I think so. To be honest, we wouldn't have a squad left if that was the case, because they would have all been smashed after the first game of the first couple of games of the season.
Michael,
Yeah,
what's your favourite Hulk film?
not a massive fan of the Hulk, if I'm honest.
No.
No, unfortunately not. I did. There was I think it was the Incredible Hulk 2002 or something like that. When I was growing up.
Is that Edward Norton? I think it
Oh,
was 2008.
you're
Then you had
right.
Eric Bana in 2003.
2003 might be the one I'm on about.
Ang Lee
Um,
directed it.
I remember. All I remember is there was one when I was growing up, that I did like, and then I didn't really get into anything Marvel until like after I think Endgame, where everyone was just started talking about it again. I was like, oh, you know what? I'll start watching this stuff again. But it was one of those two. It was the Incredible Hulk was I believe was the actual film.
Right. Right. Okay.
I remember that being. I remember really liking that.
Yeah.
Just never really got back into it. But so I guess it would be that. I take it you're a fan.
I'm not, I mean, honestly, like I'm the same with Marvel. Like I'm not massively into Marvel, but I did see those films, and I think The Incredible Hulk, I believe, was Edward Norton. I think it was well done. I think that what's happened
Yeah.
since is it's became a bit sanitized with Hulk. Yeah.
hmm the thing is with that universe, there's so much going on that I can't keep track of it, and I
Oh,
feel
I
like
know.
every time I watch something, there's like lore everywhere that I don't understand.
Yeah.
It's why I like
Same here.
football. It's very simple. It's a very simple game. Yeah, Donna in there as well, basically saying, I think Gordon wants Bayern Munich. He said in his interview during Champions League he loved playing in Europe as he gets more space. I'll be glad to see him go. Yeah, to be honest, I am inclined to agree. Yeah, those comments about European football, it actually would be eye opening if that's why he wants to move elsewhere. I mean, we mentioned earlier in the show, Bundesliga isn't really top of the watch list at the moment, but I'd be very surprised if. Actually, you know, I've watched clips of Elise, and he tends to get a lot of space. And if they're giving space to Elise, they're going to give some to Anthony Gordon, aren't they?
Mm.
So maybe he would get more space, 100%. Um, RSL saying wouldn't see Bayern paying 75 million for a squad player unless they know someone is leaving. Yeah, 100%. Chris in, if Howe stays, would you give him your support because for me this season is my last until he leaves because I can bet anyone he won't change. I'll never stop watching Newcastle. Like it doesn't matter what happens. I'll never stop watching. We could be in League Two playing Accrington Stanley with Steve Bruce in charge. You know, I was still going to games when we're having one shot against like Norwich and West Brom and stuff like that, and I I hated going, but for some reason I still did. Um, I've been raised with it all my life. My
Mm.
initials are literally based around the club MAG. Um, so
Well,
I wouldn't really know what to replace it with. I don't know about you.
I mean, try going when you got Joe Kinnear in charge. I don't know if you were going with them once, mate, but
Yeah, yeah.
that
I don't remember
that
it as well, thankfully.
right, aye. So yeah, if I was going to those games, I would definitely continue supporting if Eddie Howe is here next season. I understand like thinking that you know what he's not going to change and being resigns. I understand that feeling. You're not seeing the evidence, are you, this season
No.
that he's going to? But yeah, I think whoever's in the dugout, um, we need to support and the team as well on the pitch. We need to support them in the ground anyway. So that's what I'd be doing if I'm in the ground.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully we'll make the right decision in the summer. We will see.
Oh yeah, 100%. I will just add to that. No matter who's there, I will criticise. At the
Mm.
same time, I'll
Yeah.
say I'll support us no matter what. No matter what happens, we could have Joe Kinnear back in charge, as you're saying, and I'd still
Mm.
watch. As a contrary, we could have Pep Guardiola in charge, and I will still complain.
Aye.
That's something that's never going to change. I'm always going to have my thoughts. I'm always going to be passionate about it. And realistically, there's a lot I say about Newcastle where I come back afterwards and again, you know what, I was probably wrong about that. But that's where that comes from. Everyone's got an opinion. And opinions are what matters. Just don't take it too seriously in the end,
Yeah.
which is very, very hard. Um, yeah, that's my personal opinion. I know you're very similar, Tim. We've been watching them for a very long time. We've seen a lot of shit.
Aye, totally. And it, honest, just chaos. Do you know what I mean? This club has been synonymous with chaos over the years, and that's why when the takeover happened and Eddie Howe came in, we had that stability. for the first time in a while, and it was brilliant. And I don't want to go back to that chaos where you look at Spurs, for example. I think everyone's made the comparison, but they totally remind me of Newcastle in years gone by. And obviously, it's kind of ended up with them being in the bottom three at the moment, just like we were. But we had some good players, but like I said, Joe Kinnear coming in, that was just ridiculous. So yeah, I think it hardens you, doesn't it? It gives you thick skin for this gig of supporting the Toon, but at the same time, right? You know, it's part of the drama as well, isn't it? And I look at
100%.
Man City, yeah, and like I look at the Man City fans, and they've went from the jeopardy of what they went through to suddenly skyrocketing to being at the top, no questions asked, and with no jeopardy really. It's a weird one. I honestly think some Man City fans, I've said before, might feel it's a little bit uh, soulless, maybe. I do think some fans would feel. I know it's how could you think that we wouldn't get bored of winning titles? And no, I'd like to think I wouldn't, but. Yeah, it's interesting one where it's how you go on the journey. The journey is interesting. The journey brings about the highs and lows, and it's kind of what football's about.
Yeah, 100%. And Chris saying in there, just to add, I've supported the club for 45 years. I'm sorry, Keegan is the best manager we've ever had because he fought for the club and now knew when to leave. Howe right now is a parasite hanging on for a wage. To be honest, I can't go as far as to say he's a parasite. I think any manager does. How many managers do you hear leaving of mutual consent in the modern day? With the money that they're on, it just doesn't happen, unfortunately. And I get the point. He's hanging on far too long. But you'll remember us being 20th in the second tier of football. You've endured all of that. This isn't this. I mean, you'll know better than me. But this can't be as bad as conceding 5 to Oxford United, having Osvaldo Ardiles in there, and thankfully that's all before my time. And maybe it is. Maybe there's there was something around the club of that overall feeling of togetherness that maybe isn't there at the moment. I'm not gonna know. Obviously, I know Keegan's presence massively raised everyone. As I say, it's before my time, but let's be honest, this won't last very long. It might last longer than we want it to, the bad times, but I'm pretty certain that if we start poorly next season, if he's not gone in the summer, he'll be gone by Christmas. If we start poorly, they'll give him another chance because maybe that's what they feel like Newcastle United's about. As a club, being that club that looks after their own, all that togetherness, things we've had in the past, and things we've been known for. Maybe that's all to it. Maybe they just don't have the cojones, like I've been saying in the past. I don't know, but I don't think it's going to be as bad as what it has been, particularly during the time you've been supporting with Chris. So I know what you mean. He is sticking around too long, in my opinion. But it is. There is a lot worse times that you've stuck through with from. I'm sure it won't be too long that you have to wait just before the good times come back. And if I'm wrong, well, I'm an idiot. So who cares? But just to finish off, got 5 minutes left before we go to the 8 o'clock team. I just want to ask you a little bit about the Friday night football. Obviously, it is Sunderland versus Nottingham Forest. There's 2 games on tonight, but they don't really have too much of an impact, of course. Bournemouth versus Leeds could be a big one. Burnley versus Manchester City, not so much, let's be honest. We're expecting an absolute trounce in there and for Burnley to be relegated. But we look at the battle for Europe at the moment. 9th could potentially get Europe, which is absolutely baffling that Newcastle aren't going to be in those spots, and it makes it even worse. Sunderland take on Forest. A win there would do a lot towards them getting into Europe next season, but Forest are unbeaten in 5 domestically. They've knocked off Porto and Midtjylland out the Europa League. While on paper, it's pretty much a Sunderland win. Are Forest starting to look like pretty much a Premier League side again?
Yeah, I think they are, and that 4-1 win will do them a lot of good. Even though was it against Burnley, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Forest
yeah.
4-1 win, yeah. So they expected to win that, but still, it's a nice scoreline. So I do wonder about the European competition though, and balancing that with the Premier League and the pressure that comes with trying to stay up. I do think Forest they might start to feel the fatigue, at some point, and some of those Forest players will be thinking, well, yeah, I want to stay up, but you know what? Selfishly, I want that medal to win the Europa League. That's what comes first for me. So I think that could come back to bite them potentially. So I do think Sunderland, like you say, they're the favourites to win this game. And in terms of Europe, Aston Villa, if they win the Europa League, is that all it takes? What does it take for ninth place to give you European competition this season, Michael?
So I think it would be Villa winning the Europa League, I believe. City or, well, I say City or Chelsea. Chelsea are probably not going to finish in the European positions unless they pull their finger out. So let's say Man City winning the FA Cup, and then because of their positions in the league, Conference League wouldn't really matter. And if Forest win the Europa League, I don't think that impacts it too much either. But as it stands at the minute, you pretty much just need City to win the FA Cup, and then I think Villa. There's another one in there. I think it's Villa to win the Europa League. I may be wrong. No, it wouldn't give another space to the Champions League. Champions League's gonna stay top, well, potentially top 6 at worst. But top 9 could get Sunderland into Europe, and for me, that's a really scary thing.
It sums up the season, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? That just capped the whole thing off this season. Not only are we not in the mix when it's such low down positions to get in the Europe, not only that, but the Mackhams are, and we've gave them the 6 points as well that helped them get there. So that just adds more pressure on Eddie Howe that allow that to happen.
If it does go to 9th, just before we go to the second show of the day, there'll be 4 out of these 7 teams that don't qualify for Europe: Brighton, Chelsea, Brentford, Bournemouth, Everton, Sunderland, Fulham. Palace potentially in there as well. But after Monday, I don't think they've got much of a chance. So out of those 7 teams, and I'll go through them again, which 4 qualify for Europe? Brighton, Chelsea, Brentford, Bournemouth, Everton, Sunderland, and Fulham.
Jeez, right. I don't think Fulham will. I'm going to say Bournemouth will this time. They've been close the last few seasons. They might do it this time. Go through them again, Michael.
Okay, Brighton, Chelsea, Brentford, Bournemouth, Everton, Sunderland, and Fulham. You already said you don't think Fulham will, and you think Bournemouth will. So that's 2 down.
I think Everton are doing well, aren't they? I think I'll say Everton. I mean, Sunderland, my word, they could well do it, They could do it, but I'll say the one for now.
Okay. So one more team to not do it out of Brighton, Chelsea, Brentford, and Everton, let's say.
I'll say Brentford. I'll say Chelsea. So I think Brentford will do it, by the way. I think Brentford have had a brilliant season, and I think they'll find something to get Europe at the end of it. Yeah. So I don't know if that makes it all add up for you, but yeah, I think they'll get something.
So long story short, will Sunderland get Europe?
To be honest, mate, my heart says no, but my head says yes. They've got momentum. Momentum is massive in football.
Yeah, they do. And on that sour note, we're going to move to the 8 o'clock team. And they're Gary, Wynne, Bogey, and Christina joining us. How are you all doing?
Well, first thing I'm going to say is I'm Tim out now. I'm very well.
Why was the Toon not one of your 7?
I'll leave that to the chat.
I'm going to say, yeah. Yeah.
How long you got,
I mean,
Win? How long you got?
An hour, well,
Crazy.
3 hours.
Yeah, well,
yeah. It's gonna be an interesting run in, if I'm honest with you. Like you said, I mean, all the way to 9th position. Can I ask you guys while
Potentially
you're on?
10th.
Well, potentially. I mean, I think 9 is going to be the mark. Should they call it Champions League now, or should it go back to the European Cup?
European Cup for me.
I mean, I do find
League
it a little bit
champions.
silly. Yeah, when you call it Champions League, some of the teams that are in there, it baffles me, I must admit.
Agreed.
yeah, I think it's too much. I don't like it. 5 teams now in the Champions League. It's just like it sanitizes the elite
7.
nature of the competition. Yeah, well, it's 7th. You know, it's crazy, really. I think back to when it was like 4th place was looked upon as a bit OTT. Never mind, 7 spaces.
Yeah,
Although if we
crazy.
benefit, I won't complain.
I was going to say,
Exactly.
you call it what you like if you're in there. I mean, I'm not being funny. It's one of them situations where I look at it and I just think the title puts a little bit of a cloud above some of the teams that are in there. And fair enough. I mean, like I say, you've got to be in it to win it, I suppose. But I just think it'd be lovely to go back to the European Cup, and then it just takes everything out.
Win, because that Sunderland Bournemouth will be 12 points clear.
Yeah, who would have thought we'd be saying that at the start of the season?
Well, it is what it is now. I mean, again, we've seen another club that are struggling. I mean, the current form table. Have you seen the form table? Where Chelsea are. It is incredible, really, to think that Chelsea at this present moment in time are worse than us.
But
it
That's
is
an achievement.
It is. And do you guys know what happened 20 years ago today?
No.
The internet was invented.
In a total cup.
Alan Shearer retired.
That was 20 years ago.
That was 20 years ago. And it only seems like yesterday. Wow. Yeah, 20 years ago today. Incredible, really, isn't it? What a player. I still, unfortunately, didn't see much of him live. He literally retired from not professional football, but he retired when I was a bairn. I think it was 71 he retired, was Jimmy Greaves. One of the all-time, one of my all-time favourite strikers. When you watch some of his goals, the way he used to caress the ball into the net rather than lace them through, always a very good striker, top striker. And like I said, unfortunately, I didn't get to see much of him, but I have. My granddad had a massive fondness. I think he was, apart from Super Mac, I think he was my granddad's second favourite player, if I'm honest with you. Lots of good stories came from my grandpa. Unfortunately, I didn't see the World Cup, which was strange. Anyway, I suppose we better crack on with tonight's show. Yeah. Thank you so much to Michael. And Tim, as always, a good build-up to this evening, because to be fair, it's going to be a bad one. As in, there's no news. It's going to be us just talking broken record stuff, I would imagine. So everybody in the chat, get involved. Like I say, we are
Give us something. Give us a subject.
Yeah, some content would be great. Because like I say, I'll see if I can pick the bones out. What we didn't do last night, because we did seem to, we just went on so many different angles, as always. Anyway, until then, I bid you farewell, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
So,
and here we are. Again, we are welcoming one and all to NUFC Talk, to myself, the Geordie Yam Yam. We've got the mighty Win, Boki, and obviously Christina Tooney down in the bottom there, giving us the wave. Welcome one and all. And again, if you can, just got a few things for you. Connor's throwing straight into my chat. Thank you so much, Connor, because I'm gonna need you. If you're not aware, like I say, we aren't going to be on radio. So regardless of what you see, in that corner there, in that window there, we won't be coming across on radio anymore. So, like I said, we will change all of the background eventually when I get a chance to get to it. But if I can ask you guys that are listening out there in the world of football, just to smash the like buttons for us, continue the good work, subscribe if you haven't already, and obviously become a member. Thomas Frank to Crystal Palace and Glasner to the Toon. Rumours today, says Gromitone. Yeah, listen, I mean, I've just seen that Eddie Howe is 25-1 to get the Chelsea job. I mean, come on. What? I mean, there's so much to talk about. I mean, it is all hype. Already 1-0 to Man City for those that are interested. I think it's going to be a landslide that way. And like I say, if you can, just like I say, become a member if you haven't already and throw us some likes, that would be grand. Geordie journos have been reporting some stuff. So like I say, we'll get into all the bits and pieces. Ladies and gentlemen, are we good on this Wednesday? Are we all refreshed from the weekend and looking forward to Arsenal? No, still the same drab silence as always. It's quite.
That's how bad it is, man. But yes, looking forward to Arsenal.
Yeah, it could be an interesting
corner.
scoreline. Yeah, it could be an interesting one. So let's get into tonight then. The Newcastle is the only place where Newcastle's defending is analysed more than it's actually practised. Honestly, if conceding a late goal earned loyalty points, we'd have a free striker by now. Eddie Howe says the players understand his instructions. Shame Bournemouth did as well. We've got injuries, exit rumours, board meetings, and apparently half the squad are in the departure lounge. So tonight, we ask the big question. Is this a rebuild? Or are we watching the wheel come off in real time? Let's get into it then. I mean, you know, for me, again, you look at the state of where the club is. It's unravelling. 4 losses in a row, 8 defeats in 11. Europe effectively has gone, but mathematically still there. Dressing room doubts creeping in apparently, and the board meeting looming. Now, this board meeting, there's been a lot of finger pointing, if you like, saying that it's going to be Eddie Howe's message to either, you know, walk at the end of the season, which is again rumoured to be out there. But we've got to understand that Eddie Howe goes on these meetings every year. I mean, this year his performance analyst.
Twice a year, I think.
Well, I mean, I know he goes with PIF. That's what I'm saying, with the big boys to obviously discuss the future, if you like. I suppose they're going to be talking more about his future, which is going to be interesting. But the first thing I'm going to come to you then, because like I say, I know we've been over this slightly, but I just want to try and get things to the point. So be honest, Win. Are we past the bad form stage now? And is this a full-blown collapse?
Oh, I think without a doubt, it's a full-blown collapse, and I think it's a full-blown rebuild. Funnily enough, my son was drinking in the county on Gosforth High Street yesterday, and who walks in? But Craig Hope.
Oh.
And so Chris had a good conversation with him, and the WhatsApp he sent me was Tenali and, well, let's read it, see exactly what it says. Because there was no ifs, buts, or maybes about it as far as Craig Hope was concerned.
Oh, that sounds like
It
good
was,
news.
I saw Craig in the county after we left the Vic, and he was saying that Gordon, Tenali are definitely away at the end of the season, and Tino and Hall are likely as well.
Oh, wow.
So, again,
Wow.
Tenali, Tino, and Gordon, not that bothered about. But we should be hanging on to Lewis Hall by any means available, I believe.
Well, like I said, I mean, it'll come to something when we see what we don't want is a mass exodus of all of your good players. I mean, you're going to lose some. That is just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. But like you said, when you look at all of those potential that could walk, it's not a rebuild anymore. As in, you are starting literally from scratch, which is probably not where you want to be at this precise moment in time. I'm going to come
Was I
to...
sending the super chat? Yes,
Oh,
was
go on then.
Tim Bokey
Cheers, what?
doesn't win. Smile for the camera.
Yay! There
There's
you go.
not a lot to smile about, to be fair, was.
No, there ain't. And to be fair, I've got a really sore tooth, and I'm struggling to even put my teeth together, which I'm getting sorted tomorrow. So I will probably smile a lot more. That's if I ain't got too many gaps, that is. Boker, let's come to you then, mate. What's more worrying right now then, mate? Is it the results or is it the actual performance?
Performance, isn't it? In regards to it, if things had changed, if we'd had better performances over the last few weeks, where as people have said, he'd had the time after the internationals to get the team ready. He had, the 7-day weeks, if you like. I mean, he's had a hell of a lot of time since over the last couple of weeks to get the team ready. And has anybody seen any improvement in the team? Has anybody seen anything different? Has anybody seen any different tactics, different ways of playing? Again, I don't want to go on like a broken record because everybody watches the games. So let's be honest, nothing's changed. So we are where we are. If people want to stand up for him and keep him, great. We'll still support Newcastle, but I don't see any. I don't see any justification on how you can do it.
No.
I really don't see any difference since we went out of every got dumped out of every cup competition. We've came back. We've had all.
Whoa. Hang on. We didn't get dumped out of every cup competition. We got beat off Man City twice.
Whoa. What cup competition are we still in?
We didn't get dumped out. We got beaten by Man City. We're probably going to win the league.
We're out of every cup competition. So we were being dumped out.
We didn't get dumped out.
It's a turn of phrase. I didn't mean it as in.
Yeah, and we got the semi-final of one and the 6th round of the other.
We're never. To be fair, I can't argue this without going over old ground. So we'll leave that one there.
The competitions are the friends we made along the way.
Is that
you've got to beat everybody, haven't you?
Exactly. Win. What difference have you seen since we've been, beat by Man City and Barcelona in cup competitions, and that has made you think, he can't turn this round. He's done he's had the time. He's sorted things out.
No, in that respect, you're absolutely right.
So that's the problem. If you're go on, you're going to say
we've seen nothing at all. No change at all. The football has been horrific.
So in which case, if you want to keep him, that's your choice. I can't. End of the day, it's not my decision.
I just look. I couldn't help but laugh today with Chelsea.
There you go. Steve, 7-2 is dumped.
7-2 is dumped. I'll agree with
that.
you.
Is totally dumped. And Ricky, and Ricky, you're saying I think it's more the manner of how you've lost
and I
these
agree.
games, isn't it?
It's bad,
and that's true
it's
as well.
It's bad. That's why
absolutely.
I'm so bloody miserable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like I said, we're going to get into some points. And the reasons why I've brought this back up is because it just brings me on.
Newcastle get into some points.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be good. Tina, do you believe now? Do you believe that the players have stopped believing? Or is this purely tactical failure on Eddie Howe's? Because this brings me on to my really good opening point, if you like.
Okay. I mean, originally I did think it was just we've talked all season about what we thought's causing the problem. I do think, it is starting to look like maybe the players don't believe. I'm not completely convinced that they don't. It is still, bad part of games that are costing us points, even though we're not really playing that great for the rest of the game. There are definitely some players who have stopped believing. I'm not sure that all of them have, but it's not looking very green at the moment, is it?
No, you're absolutely right. We did this yesterday. Somebody in the chat put it out there, didn't they? Players versus the board, if you like. And like I said, I was even all the way down because I think there's an element of blame that goes everywhere. But just when you thought it was all on the manager, this changes everything from what I've read today. The club are blaming the players, not Eddie Howe. The key info is sources suggest that senior figures are pointing the finger at player commitment. The dressing room under scrutiny. Some big name players could be sold before Howe is even touched. So, again, when you actually put the bullet points down, and this is what I use when I'm doing the work build up for the show, is I just throw bullet points down, and I must admit I have to scramble my brain to remember the full source, if you like. So I want to get straight into it, right? The manager keeps his job, the players get sold. That's a huge call for me. I mean, you've seen what's happened to Chelsea. Chelsea's obviously had a massive budget, to be fair, so there is no reason why Chelsea are in such dire form. No, there's no reasons why Newcastle are in such dire form, if I'm absolutely honest with you. But again, going from manager to manager doesn't always solve the issue if the issue is player bound. So the question to Mighty Win, let's go to you first. Do you buy that, or is this the club protecting the manager?
Where's this come from exactly?
It's one of the journos. I think it was Geordie journos that have been reporting it.
So they are saying that the club have made a statement or made signs.
Well, they've heard, from sources within the club.
From sources that
I think one's called Red and the other one's called Brune.
Oh, okay. Well, put it this way. There's no way on God's green earth can Eddie Howe dodge the bullets for what's happened this season. Dodge all the bullets, shall we say.
Yeah.
Yes, there are multiple reasons apart from Eddie Howe, but he has to shoulder the lion's share of responsibility. Does that make him overnight or over one season suddenly from a good manager to a bad manager? I don't believe it does. Which is why I've got my blind faith, if you like.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got to take responsibility for the performances on the pitch, which have been absolutely shocking.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've all said that. You can blame players as much as you like, but you've still got to get it right tactically first, haven't you? And I think, like I said, whether he has seen an attitude change in certain pros within his side, and he's left to dangle the carrot in like a one direction type of situation, which he's done all season before all this come to light. So there's no real excuse when you look at what he's done, and to be fair, he's done it since he's been in tenure. So, Boki, let's because I mean you're an honest guy, right? So I'm going to throw this one at you. Name names. Who looks to you like they're not committed to the club? Don't start with Eddie Howe.
You're mute, Bogey.
You're gone, mate. I can't hear you.
I would say Eddie Howe's completely committed to the club. One would be Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon's not committed to this club. I don't think particularly Tino is in the right back position. I don't think Wisser is at all. I don't think he's particularly cares about her. Don't think Alanga gets her. Don't think Willock particularly gets it at Newcastle. I can sit here and call out a few players. The thing is, though, the problem is the manager still plays them. The manager still picks them players. One of them's his favourite, so he's always going to get in the team. So the number one person that's not committed to this club, Anthony Gordon, is the first one on Eddie Howe's team sheet, and I think that's part of the problem as well. I think, if you played players that were completely committed to the club, maybe his results would change.
I mean, like I say, I would have agreed wholeheartedly with some of the players that you've named there. I don't think there's been a loss of, from my point of view, there's been a definite lack of effort when it comes to some. Again, depending on position, you do see a lot different style of play when they play in different areas. And I do think Eddie Howe has gambled massively on trying to put a square peg in a round hole at times, and it's failed miserably. Tina, let's give you one then, because obviously we don't want to just lose sight on Eddie Howe. If the players are the problem, why are the same issues happening every week tactically?
Well, because it's the same players that are picked every week tactically, isn't it? So it's always going to. I mean, that's the thing, and I mean. This season we've heard Eddie Howe say a few times, and by the way, Eddie Howe's worked so hard for this club that he's made himself sick in the past, and I think that's part of the problem. I think there is a risk that he's burnt himself out, and that might be then translating onto the players rather than lighting a fire under them to say, okay, let's get behind this man, he's doing a lot for us. A lot of them aren't looking so interested. Many times though he's came out and said, oh well, that's not the way I'm telling them to play. So I don't know if because we've all been aware that there's like a leadership group, if you want, and I don't know if some of them have wavered and now all of a sudden, the players are purposely not doing what they're told, but I wouldn't really see the point of that. Like, the only answer could be that they don't believe in Eddie Howe's tactics, but then if what they're doing is as bad as what they're doing, surely trying what Eddie Howe, who's won them a trophy and qualified them for Champions League, is telling them to do would maybe be a better suggestion than going one goal up and then trying to defend without the ability to defend, because that's not worked for us all season. So I don't know if there's there seems to just be like a dark cloud hanging over the club at the moment, and I'm not sure what's caused it. I'm also not sure how to get rid of it without just somebody having like Tina Tooney levels of energy and just going in the dressing room every day and just being like, come on, let's get up for this and all that type of stuff. I honestly don't know why they all look so forlorn at the task of playing for Newcastle United now.
Yeah, it's a very interesting one. Ads has come in with a super chat. Do you want to do that one, buddy?
Borky's spot on as usual. Christina speaks a lot of sense and wins some.
Isn't that a Chinese meal? Win some. It could be. It is
Ads,
interesting.
You've made me screen the night as well.
Yeah, look at that, Ads. You're on there. Look at that.
Ads and was-a.
There you go. Can't fault it.
See this.
I mean, listen, like I said, this is going to raise so many opinions on, who to blame, where to blame, and everything else. Just saying, it looks very much as though, and again, I don't know whether it's coming from
Just to
Eddie Howe.
pour some oil on troubled waters.
Ooh.
We're not looking at Chelsea right now as yet another example of a club changing manager and expecting it to work wonders. And they've got all the money in the world, by the way.
We said that, and that's what I'm saying. But again, Rosinha was always going to be a stopgap until they get.
Well,
the right
6.5 year
top.
contract, the stopgap.
I thought it was only a 2.
6.5.
Was it?
It only lasted
Yeah.
5 months either way, didn't it? So it
I
doesn't
thought
really matter how long
I do
we want them
apologise.
to
I
pay
thought
for.
it was only a 2-year
No,
contract. that he was
6.5
on.
year contract.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. I didn't realise that. But like I said, they are going
So
for the
in
big
which
guns.
case, Win, what do we do? Do we just stick with Howe because other clubs have had problems changing managers? So the Newcastle philosophy is, oh God, look what's happened with Chelsea. We'll have to just stick with Howe no matter what. Is that basically what you're saying?
Well, if you look at the clubs who've done really well in terms of the resources. So you look at Brighton, for example, and you look at Brentford, and you look at Bournemouth. Those clubs have never sacked their managers.
But those clubs aren't in the class we want to be. Those clubs
but
aren't
also,
where
to
we
be
want.
fair-
Wait,
Never know,
those clubs aren't where we want to be as a club. We want to be a Chelsea. We want to be a Man United. We want to be a Man City. You know, we've been said. It's been said
Well,
since this project start. It's been said since this project started that the whole point of it is that we'll become, you know, one of the biggest clubs in the world. So if you want to do that, you've got to sometimes bite the bullet and change manager. You know, you've got to.
You do get the
Obviously,
reaction.
That's what we want. But surely you must have come to accept by now that ain't going to happen until our revenue base.
I've come to
goes
accept
up
it's not going to happen
massively.
under. I've come to accept it's not going to happen under Howe because he
Yeah,
won't
that's
change
fair
anything.
comment.
Yeah.
You know, so you've got to change it. You've got to change it. In which case,
I love this one. I think we sold our Geordie Maradona to keep the Scouts prima donna. Like it.
That's a
That's
fair
very
point.
good. Very good. I mean, listen, I think it was a massive gamble on Rosinha anyway. And again, I don't know whether they touted anybody else for that role, but it does look like Iriola is going to be the one that sidesteps into that position, even though they have looked at Fabregas and they're looking at Alonso, they're looking at everybody that's available. Silva is another one that they're looking at. So, again, I think the trouble is with Chelsea. You know, when you actually look at it, and this has got to be insight to Newcastle as well. Depending on where they are, words talk. And obviously, there's a lot of players at Chelsea have said they just completely lost faith in Rosinha. I don't know whether you saw the conversation between Palmer and Casemiro when they played Manchester United the other day. Somebody had put was lip reading, even though Palmer was trying to cover his mouth a lot of the times. And he was virtually asking if there was a position available at Manchester United to go. And this is while they were waiting to start the game. So it just proves that sometimes players, without going straight away to the gaffer and saying, "Listen, I don't want to play for you anymore," will just down tools. And Newcastle Newcastle and Chelsea are at a complete loss. You're absolutely right with what you just said there. They are an awful club to actually be involved with. And listen, they've been a massive club in the past because of money, and they've jumped through hoops to do it. Newcastle want to try and do it, going and being nice people, and doing it correctly. But I don't know whether we're too nice at times. That's my problem.
Well, it's completely different, isn't it? Because there were no rules when.
You're right. When Abramovich
Abramovich
come on board. Yeah.
Come on board, he just did the same with Man City. So to try and compare the two is irrelevant, really, this day and age with the rules that are in place.
Yeah.
But I was interested to hear. I've been watching Sky News on and off all day, and everybody's reaction, and all the Chelsea legends' reactions to Rosinha getting sacked. And Hasselbank, for example, came on and said, the trouble with Chelsea is we've lost our identity. Where is the intensity that we were famed for? The high press every single game. And he just came up with a catalogue of descriptions of Eddie Howe football.
Yeah.
That they won everything with. According to him, he said now it takes 25 passes to do what one pass used to do and all this sort of stuff. But he said it's all down to work rate and intensity.
24 million
Why
for Rosinha. Wow, that's some payoff. That.
But why? In which case, so at the stage that we're at, hasn't he brought that football back? That, as you say, that was when he first came in. That was exactly how he played. And that was our style for a good few seasons. Why is he trying to change it into this pep ball? The pendulum football. The pendulum football at the back.
Well,
We had- it was a
primarily
super chat
because
went- I think it was a super chat went through as well that we missed from, was it?
which one? Sorry,
That one.
Oh yeah.
Mourinho would wield the axe, get him in to do it. Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, but that's what Eddie Howe should be doing. That's the thing, isn't it? You know, the biggest thing for me now is that's why I've asked those questions that I've just pointed towards you three. Is if it's and again, guys in the comments, you know, two words: players to blame. So just put players, or manager to blame, or coach, whichever one you want to do. Throw it into the chat. Just see if we can get there. Unfortunately, I can't.
The
throw
point is,
the
it's not
polls
an
up, 'cause
either
that's-
or, is it?
It's well, no, but what I'm saying to you is, I mean, that we've got opinions. You know, we've got opinions across all four. You know, I believe it's split down the middle. I don't think it's just Eddie Howe. I don't think it's just the players, which is what the club is doing. They seem to be putting a bit of a wedge now between coach and players, which I think, again, is that just trying to soften the blow towards Eddie Howe? If he has spoke up again, which of them rumours were about him potentially leaving at the end of the summer or the beginning, end of the season. So for me, you know, as much as I don't agree with what they did at Chelsea, as in bring Rosinha in, they have a club of Chelsea's stature now need a big manager, a big name. I believe if Newcastle going to be the big boys, the big hitters in 2030, they also need to be looking that way. You know, they can't just be putting all their eggs in one basket and saying, well, it's your fault. You do something about it. Because it's still Eddie Howe. What response are you going to get from speaking the same language that you've been speaking to them for the last 4.5 years? And that's why I think it's gone too far now. I think Eddie Howe or the club, the big boys at the top, have either got to start naming and shaming to try and get these guys, you know, a reaction when it becomes public. I know they'll never do that because clubs don't do it anymore. But they've got to somehow get a reaction from the players for the next 5 games. Because if they don't, then, I mean, the season's gone anyway. But you are going to open the doors up for the rest of the team, the rest of the big players, to walk through at the end of the season if they feel as though there is no forward motion with this club.
Can I just ask, if Eddie Howe was such a great manager, why aren't we sitting having the discussion tonight of the panic that we've got over Chelsea coming in for him? The first reason we're not having that discussion is because there's no chance he'll do it. And the second reason that we're not having that discussion is because it would probably be the best thing that could happen for all parties, but apart from Chelsea. So, you know, what if he's such an elite manager that people are saying he's such a great coach, he can do all these things, why aren't Chelsea putting the bids in for him? Why have none of the top 6 come in for him?
Well, because up till now, he's been perfectly happy. Yeah, thank you very much.
But no, if Chelsea came in for him, Chelsea can offer the compensation that's needed. They can pay him whatever he wants, money-wise, wages-wise. Why aren't they coming in for him as a manager? Why aren't they coming in to get our so-called great manager?
So is your argument that Eddie Howe's a terrible manager?
I'm just asking the question, why, if he's such a great manager, why none of the top 6 have ever came? Why didn't Man United come in for him when they sacked their manager?
Where would you
Why
rank him?
why didn't Chelsea come in for him when they sacked their manager?
Rumours say Man United did come in for him.
I'm saying, so why hasn't he gone? Why isn't he at one of these big top 6 teams? Because let's face it, he's not a Newcastle United fan, but he doesn't. Let's face it, he's not a Newcastle fan. If one of these huge clubs come in for him, he's going to be off ski. He's going to be off. Then you can't blame him. I would be as well if I wasn't from the area. So, you know, why aren't they coming in for him? Why hasn't there been a load of rumours about Chelsea wanting him?
I think you're understating the attachment that he's now got to the area.
Do you think then? Because let me just throw this one on from Grummytown, because I think this is quite a nice one. We were sold a dream, but given a nightmare thanks to the Prem rewriting the rules. Do you think that's got a lot to blame though? In
100%.
the way
It's the
the way
100%
Newcastle
issue.
have been.
And by the way, we had the dream as well.
Hang on. I think what's got more to blame is spending 230 odd £1 million on players that aren't good enough to play for the club. I think
Yeah,
that's
well
the big
done.
problem.
No,
I forgot about that.
So, but let's put that into context. Without the rules being changed, we wouldn't have had to sell Yakubu Minty. We wouldn't have had to sell Elliot Anderson. We would have been able to offer the wages to players such as Dusan Vlahovic, the Hugo Ekitike, Benjamin Sesko. We would have had the chance to get our first choice players if it was not for the restrictions that have been put into place by the Premier League, changing the rules when we became.
Can I ask you, in which case, can I just ask a quick question? What would be the chance of those young lads getting a chance in the team? You know, because they didn't when they were here, particularly. Anderson didn't get a long run in the team. You know,
I mean, if we
one
had
of us
Yakubu
well, the other
Minty,
lad. Well, he was sent out on loan. So why didn't we keep those players, and why weren't they playing forward?
so this probably would have been the season where Yakubu Minty and Elliot Anderson would have got more of a chance. Would Elliot Anderson have had quite the season that he's had at Nottingham Forest? Probably not. But I think Yakubu Minty would have been, we probably wouldn't have had to sign Anthony Alanga if we had Minty.
Well,
And again,
I mean, like I say,
you'd be
that's
bringing in players such
So
as
in which case,
Sesko,
if we've all seen what a good player he is, so in which case, why was he loaned out? Why wasn't he playing here? Why wasn't he on the bench here?
Well, I mean, at the time we had Jacob Murphy and Miguel Almiron, who were both, stalwarts for the team.
We flogged Miguel Almiron halfway through the season, so we could have
Yakubu
recalled
Minty
him.
was already on loan by then, wasn't
Miggy.
he?
We didn't sell Miggy
Gonna
until
say.
after we'd sold, got rid of Minty.
Minter. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
that
right,
was
sorry.
post Minter.
But
So-
in which case, the problem is you can argue that we can get these good young players, which we can, but they've got to be tried. Why wasn't he on the bench? Why wasn't he playing for
He
the
wanted
team?
to. Well, according to it, he wanted to give him regular football, and he says he's not going to get regular football. That was the same with Elliot Anderson. I mean, Elliot Anderson has
Elliot
said that
Anderson
himself.
was trying to get into a midfield of Bruno, Tonali, and J7. And by the way, he played 44 games for Newcastle, so he got
But
plenty.
the thing is, when he could have played in games like Carabao Cup. Sorry,
Those are exactly the
The
games
young-
he did play
the
in.
young should be played in those days. Should be played in the FA Cup.
The other games he did play
We
in.
don't play young players. We do not give the young players a chance.
Yeah,
They were the games that Elliot Anderson played in.
Look, again, it'll sound like I'm talking like a broken record, but if you're on about bringing
Surely
in young
not.
players now, what gives you any confidence that if Eddie Howe's still here, he's actually going to play them?
I mean, because Benjamin Sesko was a world class.
I don't want to bring in young players. I want to bring in first team ready players.
Well, you didn't last summer.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. You sat there and argued that the bench players that were bought were the best things that had ever happened to the club and had the best
What I
squad ever.
argued last
I
summer.
sat here and argued we should bring in first team players to replace the first team. You sat there and argued, no, it's good enough to replace bench players.
No.
What changed history?
I have always argued we should be buying first team players to replace. The trouble is we can't afford them.
Well, we
But you've got
can't.
to buy better than what you've got.
If you use your youth, you can afford to. If you go outside the Premier League, you
You're
can
not
afford
buying
to.
better then.
I think.
Well, you've got this. Eddie Howe and you have this fixation on Premier League proven players. That's the big issue.
But
You
no-
don't have to have played. You don't have to have played in the
Oh, he's
Premier
here.
League.
Look, he's here.
Your
Who's
Premier
here?
League
Who's
players.
here?
Mosaic.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much, Prazik.
What
Who's
a
that gone to?
legend.
And that one has
Gone to
gone
Robbie
to
Lee.
Robbie Lee. Welcome
Robbie
on board,
Lee.
Robbie Lee. And like I say, if you can do us a favour, Robbie, just renew your membership when it expires. That would be fantastic for us going forward. And like I say, if you can continue to smash the like button, that'd be great. Boki, love your
Boogie saying, love your backdrop.
We are
It
knackered.
was a saying, love your backdrop.
When I first looked at that, I thought it says we are Mackhams, and I'm like, what? What? Anyway, let's crack on. I mean, listen, I think that there's a number of, like I said, there's a number of opinions when it comes to Eddie Howe and the team. Eddie Howe, yes, you're absolutely bang on, Balky. Comfortable in Premier League, proven players coming in, hitting the ground running. He wants the continuity of pushing forward, and this has been the big smack in the face from those players that he's brought in this summer, or last summer, I should say. It just hasn't happened. He's had an actual fact, it's had a reverse implication on what he thought was going to happen. Now, you can say these are, better players. I believe they are better players from ones we've got rid of. Unfortunately, they've not been able to obviously play in a system that Eddie Howe has developed previously. And, some players will take that on board. And as we saw Bruno, we've seen Toon Army in the past, both sit on the bench waiting to get their chance in the side. I mean, how long did it take Bruno to get actually into the side when we bought him? It was a few weeks, wasn't it?
Yeah. But the point was, for the first time in summer, we're talking about buying players who are first team ready. That's exactly what he went for in the summer. And we're paid top dollar to get them. Unfortunately, they haven't worked out. But by the way, out of the 5 big signings, 2 of them were from abroad.
One of them worked out. Joe's been a sensation. Well, not a sensation, but he's been good. He's been a good Premier League player. And poor Voltemada's been played up front, scored goals, out of the team, hokey-cokey, back into midfield. The poor lad doesn't know whether he's coming or going. When he's played up front, he's been a good player if he's played right, if the team has played around his style of football. And I don't know how many times you have to sit here and say this again, broken record. Play the team again around what Voltemada can do. Don't play a team what Isaac used to do.
When Voltemada was scoring these goals, we were playing the way we've always played.
But that's not good enough. That's not good enough just to say we were doing that. Yes, because he got found out. We all know he hasn't got any peers. That's why that happened. The problem is that we didn't then adapt the team to play around Voltemada. We just played the style of it that Eddie Howe wants to play, and rather than try to change the team, he changes the players, which is ridiculous when you've paid £69 million.
Because we tried playing him and it didn't work.
Because he's a great striker. He is a really, really good striker. He's a good player. The problem is we do not play his style of football.
I'm not going to argue with that.
Do you want to put Wazzers on?
Tina, say minty for me. It's dead git funny, honey.
Well, did I say it wrong or something?
I'm not. I don't know what you said. Minty.
Don't I pronounce minty like everybody else?
Minty. It sounds like we are pronouncing it.
I'm not the same as everyone else.
Anyway.
You're not going to say it again.
Up.
Yeah, go on. Go for it. Go on.
Minty.
Oh, minty. I see. I got you.
Is it because I'm not saying minty? Is it because I can't say that?
No, that's minty.
I think it's just because you're very posh.
It's because I'm very posh.
Yeah. She's from the posh end of Blythe.
Posh.
Git posh.
Use them.
I mean, it is interesting to see where this is going now from the club. Like I say, it seems as though they're throwing a blanket completely around Eddie Howe. If it's true, and I have been given the link, but I'm not going to put it on because obviously the Geordie journals have their own YouTube channel. So if you want to see it, it's out there. You've only got to go and watch it. It did. I think the title was Newcastle United Summer Shake-Up Incomings. Is the title or something like that. Connor's just trying to question.
If it's like last summer, it could be incoming.
Yeah, exactly. Duck. Question from Connor: is Howe too comfortable in his job role here?
I wouldn't say so.
I think he is fairly comfortable, to be fair, and rightly so, given what he's achieved. But he's not very comfortable now. I can guarantee you that.
Well, no, I would
Certainly
imagine.
Do you know what the thing is with Howe? I think he's very. Is he comfortable? I don't think there's. At the minute, it doesn't look like there's much chance of him getting sacked. But in regards to that particular question, he isn't comfortable in himself. He isn't comfortable enough to come out and from what I've seen, and this is just my opinion. This isn't anything that I've read anywhere truthful, but it doesn't look like he's comfortable in trying to change things. It doesn't look like he would be comfortable and trying his own style of football. He's very much focused. He seems to have like tunnel vision and just want to carry on doing the same as he's done before and hope
That
things
is
get
his
better.
style of football. Yeah.
But that
That's
is
what he knows, isn't
but
it?
the point is that he doesn't deflect from any sort of or go off on a different tangent and think, "Oh, I could try that. Oh, I could try this." I mean, if it was me, honestly, when we were behind against Sunderland, I'd have had every striker that I had available to us on the pitch.
But he's tried that as well.
But I would have but I would just chuck everything.
And we
on the
were
pitch.
saying it was just chaos.
I would take the defenders off and bring strikers on. And he doesn't have that sort of thought process to him.
There was a comment when
I mean,
at
that
the start of the show there was somebody put in Eddie's stubbornness will be his downfall.
His downfall, and that's got a lot of ground on that one. If I'm honest with you,
And there's Harpals in saying the same thing. Eddie is stubbornly oblivious.
Is there an argument that the players have become too powerful at the club? Because here's the thing, okay, so Eddie said that they are playing in a style that's not what he's asking them to do, and the intensity is our identity thing from the past, the pressing, none of that's happening. Maybe getting rid of some of these players, getting rid of, even the Toon Armys of the team, and bringing in other players who are going to listen to what Eddie Howe tells them to do might be what this club needs. I mean, I wouldn't want to get rid of Lewis Hall, but the other names that you've named, I mean, if they're not doing what they're told to do, if they don't have, the faith in the manager's direction enough to actually implement the tactics. And I mean, the problem maybe is with Eddie Howe, as you said before, you were saying Newcastle are too much of a good guy. Maybe Eddie's too much of a good guy. Like, it would probably be better if he just came in and he was like, okay, Gordon, you are playing on the right. I do not care what you want to do. You are playing on the right and you're going to do this. Tonali, you're going to, if he just had a bit of, I think that might be why we haven't seen the youth played as much. Maybe he's scared of not playing the players who are already too established. And that's not a good dynamic to have. And I mean, I'm not saying that Eddie Howe would be blameless if that is the situation, but it would kind of explain a lot of what we're seeing this season, in my opinion.
Yeah, again, very good points. That is the top and bottom of it for me. You've got players virtually in control of Newcastle's destiny, and that again, you've got a question when Eddie Howe says, "I don't ask them to go and play defensive when we go 1-0 up, but we seem to do it." So who's making that decision? And again, he goes in to say, well, sometimes, automatically when you go for a breather, you do drop a little bit deep. Blah, blah, blah. And it's the same old. But if he's not making these rules and decisions, somebody must be. And surely you've got to get to the bottom of who's making them. A couple of good points in the chat. Avit, he's saying, not saying it is, but maybe trying to fit in Voltemada could be worse because it could affect how the other players fit in due to us trying to fit him in. So you get a counter reaction from the rest of the team. And sometimes, for me, like I said, he played in a system that Eddie Howe has performed with and did really well. Eddie Howe said himself, didn't expect him to be that good at the start. He wanted him to grow into the side, but because of injuries to Wissa, he had to be thrown in. And he hit the ground running. I was absolutely, totally surprised from what I saw from him skill set wise and the way he was able to develop within Eddie Howe's system, because I didn't think it suited him at all. And maybe now we are starting to see the fruits of that tree. But Gavin Fuller's saying here, any striker would struggle in the 4-3-3 with no 10 if the wingers don't produce the quality, and they have not. And you know what? It's like I said, any striker in this season, even if you had Alan Shearer, in his prime days, I think Alan Shearer would struggle in this side. I really do, because this side does not produce anything in the final third. And, what we've seen from Voltemada, what we noticed from Voltemada is he liked to drop into that inside right position when he was facing his own goal. So when he dropped down deep towards the halfway line, he'd like to hug that right-hand side. Now, he drops further deep or deeper within the system to try and get some ball time. And everybody is questioning the amount of ball control he's had or how many touches he's had in the final third, because he's just not there. And the problem is when you come so deep and he hasn't got the acceleration to then get back into the dangerous positions, by the time the ball comes into the box, he's nowhere near. So there has got to be a question mark on whether you continue to do that when everybody else around you is playing so poorly. And I do think there's like I said, I don't think we could ever point a finger on just one person that's failed, because I think there's been a multitude of players in this 11. Michael saying Alan Shearer would score 20 goals, knee bother.
I agree. She would probably still be bagging goals for this team this season. Like, not gonna lie.
Is this team not crying out for Voldemort to be put in as a 9/10? Playing behind maybe it's Nasula up front. And then drop a midfielder and go old style 4-4-2.
That's what I thought we were trying to do with Gordon. That was what I assumed that was. Gordon and then Waldemar behind him. That made I could see the vision for that. And then that's not what we actually got.
That worked to a degree. That was when the one little...
It went for the one game that let it happen.
He played for Voldemort as a number 8. All the pundits said Voldemort was not playing a number 10 role.
There was the first game.
Number 8 role.
The first game, the one I think, was it against Aston Villa that he first dropped him back into the midfield role?
No, Tottenham. Okay, that first game, he definitely was playing as a number 10. And it worked, and we were excited, and it looked fantastic. And then from there, you see, they'd just be filling into Joe Linton's formative position, which is definitely not going to suit Waldemar. Like, I would love to see him play Waldemar behind Asula, Waldemar behind Gordon even, although I wouldn't probably play Gordon for the rest of the season. But there's chances there's choices you could have with that. To leave Waldemar out of the team completely is ludicrous. And if Eddie's worried about him not fitting into the tactic, he needs, because I believe that Eddie bases this 4-3-3 very much on the old Barcelona team. But you can interchange that, because Barcelona went from having Samuel Eto'o up front to having Zlatan Ibrahimovic up front. Now, they are two very, very different strikers who play a very different game, but it worked because you had Julie, and then you had Messi, you had Ronaldinho, and then you had Henry. You had players around them that worked. Even the midfield changed around them, but you could fit these players into that system.
Just sounded like Newcastle when you were saying all them names.
I was going to say, what you've got to take into consideration, just the names you've just reeled off there, who Barcelona had.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a fair point.
That's what I said. I mean, you could have any striker.
You don't think Jacob Murphy's as good as Lionel Messi? Because I will have it out with you right now. Oh, no, wait.
Well,
no,
I don't think he's as good as Ronaldinho.
Yeah,
I think the thing is, but good players will help. Obviously, other good players, and part of the problem is some of the players we brought in don't seem to be good players. But in regards to this, you've just got to see it. Remember when when Eddie first took over and we were playing the football we were playing, we'd been in such trouble, and then we had that Leicester City game where was it Leicester City? I think it was, where Bruno scored the last minute winner, and you look at those players sprinting, you look at those players running down the line, you look at those players absolutely pelting to get forward. When do you see that now from any of our players?
Well, I remember the game against Liverpool when we had 10 players. And I'll tell you something now, man. It was ridiculous. You'd think that it was Liverpool who had 10 players, way we played.
Where have those legs?
Yeah, where have they gone? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
where have they gone?
Yeah, can I just pick up on a point
nothing
here?
to do with the style of play.
Yeah. Can I just quickly pick up on a point here from Wazza, because before you do your super chat, he's asked, has Dab Radio been defunct? If so, I'll be very angry. To be honest, it was a trial that we tried, and it's something that may come back in the future.
It's still not completely debunked.
It's still not completely debunked, but it's something that may come back in the future. But it was just a little trial, and hopefully we do get it back. But we need to grow a little bit more as a channel before we can start doing things like that.
And it's the time as well, isn't it? There's only a few of us obviously do the live stuff, and with the radio, you really need to be.
I don't think we're the type of channel that shies away from questions from people in the chat. So the question's being asked, we'll answer it.
Did nobody else enjoy the fact that you could get in your car and you'd be like, oh yeah, it's on radio now, and they'd be like, what station? You just click a button and all of a sudden you'd be talking. Because I used to get a kick out of that when I was just driving in my car and I was giving somebody a lift home, I'd just be like, oh, let's see what's on the radio.
Well, all you need to do now is
well, I think this about Eddie Howe. And it's like, hang on, I recognise that voice.
All you need to do now is search for the radio station on your phone and have it playing through your phone in the car.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're still on the internet.
Yeah.
I know
was
it's
it
still on
saying
YouTube, but live
I'd
now,
play
watch
Watermarder
this.
just behind the stack? He's crap.
Yeah.
Thanks, was it?
Well, you would
for
see
that
him happy because he's probably taller than the stack, to be fair to him. So.
I mean,
do you think it's strange, though? Do you think it's strange, though, how Eddie Howe has only ever played Volta in the 10 role with Wissa up top? He's never really tried anybody else up top with him, like an Asula, like an Anthony Gordon. He's only ever played in the 10 role once, and that was with Wissa up top.
I mean, I think it's strange. I don't see why you wouldn't. If Gordon's there for the pressing because you don't believe that Waldemar can press well enough, why not have them as interchangeable 9 and 10? Like, why would that not work? Anthony Gordon's got all of the energy in the world, seems to want to play through the centre. Walter Mara has, probably on his day, the best link-up play that we've got. He is a striker, so he knows how to find the net. He's got a lovely little touch, and he does need to adapt. I'm not going to lie. Like, he could probably do with, working out in the gym a little bit, getting himself a little bit of a presence. But he's got enough quality, like, certainly more than not playing anybody behind Gordon, or just playing the normal flat 3. If it's not working, you need to change it up. And I'm shocked that we never saw, of all the times we had Walter Mara playing in midfield and Gordon up front, we never once saw Walter Mara as a 10, a double pivot, and then Gordon played ahead of him. And that seemed to be, when you see the team sheet, if you give that to a 5-year-old and said, well, not a 5-year-old because they wouldn't know, come on, Christina. If you gave that to a teenager and said, put them in a position, like a teenager that plays FIFA, for example, I guarantee you they'd put Walter Martin and Gordon either or in the 9 and 10 position. They wouldn't in a million years.
Bless you.
Said now?
What was I said? Bloody Nora, I've just paid £70 for a dab radio. Oh, where, man? Who, man? Ye, man? Who, man? Who? Yeah, well, there you go. Sorry, was that? Like I said, it may be back very soon if we can get more bodies.
24/7 on the internet.
Yeah, that'll be cool. But anyway, I've got a lovely home for that £70 dab radio.
Are we allowed to swear now?
Well, if you're not on radio, let it rip. I'm not joking. I'm joking. Let it rip. Anyway,
let us do them off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and all the fuffers will be out. Let's move on then financially, because obviously there's a financial
Some
bombshell.
of us don't swear anyway.
Exactly, darling.
Just saying.
The 9.5 million mistake is what's been touted around now. Newcastle close to UEFA settlement, likely fine of £9.5 million, but that could rise to £27 million if conditions aren't met. It's a very similar situation to Chelsea, believe it or not, when they were impacted. But I think theirs was £5 million, but it would have gone up to £25 million if they hadn't got themselves in order. Sell more than you spend. That's the key issue, isn't it? Is this
and
massive?
I can ask a quick question. Why?
Yeah.
If we've got in our own league, we've got our own financial fair play rules. Do that leagues not have that, and is that why UEFA's got it? Because if not,
yeah.
why don't they just go off the individual leagues rules? Why is there a rule for them and a rule for UEFA as well? So
UEFA want to level the playing field for all the nations, all of the associations that are affiliated to it.
And again,
because it's like a double whammy, isn't it? Why aren't the rules just the same across football?
Yeah, that's what I said. For me, it's all as Wynne says, it's about levelling the playing field, and it's to give lesser clubs an opportunity and a chance to get involved because they can't spend as big as some of the bigger clubs. Very few can spend at all. If I'm honest with you, that's why I do struggle in my little brain to call it a Champions League because, like I said, they're just not champions. I just, for me, it does boil my core, if you like, when you're now going to get hit with another fine, £9.5 million. To some will say, it's peanuts for somebody like PIF to challenge. But what Newcastle have to do now is come in line with the ruling. So that will curtail some of the issues. UEFA squad cost is now
Well, we're done for
lost
next season potentially, do we?
No, squad cost is now loss of £52 million. UEFA squad cost is now loss of £52 million. That's what I've just been given information of. So again, you look at that is when you weigh it all up. Newcastle want to be in the Champions League. 2 out of the 4.5 years, it's done us proud to be in there. It's got us some good revenue. Next season, obviously, we're not going to have European competition, but the benefit that being in it this season.
Who says we're not?
I knew Win was going to say something. I knew for a fact he was.
Well, Wissam might cover the 9 million, says Steve. He should do. But even though the club are willing to get rid of him for 15, I think that again rocks me to the core when you think of the money that you're losing on him. Vlaco, he's apparently going for 8 million euros, which is around about £6 million. Even though we spent 27 on him, it's ridiculous when you think of the money that Newcastle are losing, and that's why we've got to stop becoming or being a gimme club. And this is why I think this window under Ross Wilson is an absolute massive door to go and find these young players. I mean, I was going to bring it up yesterday. It looks very much, talk about Chelsea, it looks like we are becoming Chelsea, buying these young'uns 2 years in front of when they actually can come into the country. I think it's a good ploy if it works. And I think that's the big if, isn't it? You've got 2 years before you see the fruits of them developing. But again, it's the way forward. It's about longevity at Newcastle. So I'm glad they've gone down this route. I just think it's probably 4 years too late. That's the problem. We could have probably, or potentially, already seen 2, maybe 3 of those 16-year-olds within Eddie Howe's tenure if we'd have done this straight away.
But it's
Still
exactly
got a few.
Just out of interest, by the way.
Isn't that exactly what Mitchell wanted to do, though? And we can have the argument around what his character was around the actual club, but was that not his actual master plan, was to bring in youngsters to get them into the first team and start this football factory up? And, if all the rumours be true that it was decided that Eddie and Mitchell couldn't work together, is it down to that fact that we're now 2 or 3 years behind where we should be on that project? Because, that if we'd had that director of football in doing that, we could have had this little... And again, I completely agree with Win in regards to it's a horrible way to run a football club, but you have to do it nowadays. You've got to have that little football factory running, and the younger players coming through. If they make it, great. If not, you flog them on, but you make a little profit on them.
Yeah, but that was never going to be an overnight solution. That was always a long term.
But it's
going to take 5-10 years for that.
I completely agree with that. But are we further back down the line than where we should be with that?
No, because we are.
Well, if Mitchell had, if Wilson had came in instead of Mitchell at that point, would be 2 or 3 years more down the line with that, wouldn't we?
We do have some young players who are like a boy on loan.
The biggest problem that we had, though, when PIF took over, Amanda come on board, did a great job with. You've got 3 projects on the go, and that I think was the problem. When you're trying to build from the base up, for the girls' team, the academy, the first team, I do believe it was the first team, the first 11, that was put aside, and I don't mean just left to its own devices. I'm saying it was literally on the back burner to a degree because there was fundamental issues at grassroots, and all the concentration of Ashworth and I can't think of his name now. Mitchell. He's was to try and get that grassroots, the ladies team, built up to a level where they are competing at the best level. Go on.
Can we be honest over that, though? Why the hell are the ladies team under the director of football of the first team as well? Why don't they have their own director of football? So that they're solely focused on the ladies team. And you have the director of football for the men's team who is under. So basically, the ladies director of football looks after their first team and their youth teams, and the director of football for the men's team does the same, but for the men's team. It makes no sense to me having them both do it. As you say, it's too much of a job trying to do both. We want the ladies team to be up there with the best in the world, and we want the men's team to be up there with the best in the world. Get two bloody people doing the jobs of the director of football.
Tina, do you know what the hierarchy is for the ladies?
I actually, to be on management level, I don't, to be honest with you.
It falls under the director of football.
No, I know the director of football. But is there not an interim layer there somewhere? I don't know.
Not at this
I've
level.
never heard of there being no. I mean, I'm sure I would have heard it if there was. So I don't think there is. I know that Amanda used to spend a lot of time trying to invest in the ladies' team, and that's how we ended up becoming a professional football team, which only happened in like 2024. So it's still quite recent that the ladies' team became a professional team. She moved where they were playing. She did a lot for the ladies' team, but I think it does all still come under the same conglomerate. I don't think, outside of the fact that like Tanya runs the team more than so the management structure in the ladies' team probably has more power over what happens with the ladies' team than Eddie Howe would over Newcastle United, the men's team. But I don't think there's like a separate actual like backroom staff as such.
I think the stop-off point should be at the CEO. So the CEO should have two directors of football, one ladies director of football, and one men's director of football. So they're focusing in on their own jobs. It's too much of a job.
Gary reckons that the ladies team does have its own director of football. I looked that up actually because I honestly do not know.
If they do, then that's the right thing that it should be.
Absolutely. And like I said, it's only since, I was just going to say, turning professional is usually the first line to get your independent doffs, if you like. And again, I didn't know whether Newcastle had done that.
Grace Williams.
There you go.
She was only appointed last year.
Well, that's what I said.
She is director of women's football.
Yeah,
that was literally massive news last year.
Yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it? You think this is a brand new appointment. So before that, it was down to the first team DOF to do everything for women's academy, and that's what I said. The problem we had with both Ashworth and Mitchell was the hands were tied elsewhere. Not all fully, but it takes a hell of a long time or a lot of your hours in a day to source and do that job as well. And that's why, for me, like for the women's now to have gone professional and have moved into their own little regime, Ross Wilson, I mean, and again, you've got to look at what Ross Wilson has been brought in to do, and that's to rebuild. That was what he had to do at Nottingham Forest. That's why he was the top man for this. So let me ask you guys then, with that in mind, right? So Ross Wilson was earmarked to come into Newcastle. Having watched him rebuild Nottingham from Forest from a relegation team into, unfortunately, a not European footballing side, but they should have been, as in they're in the conference, but they should have been much higher from their league position at one point.
In the Europa.
Was it Europa? Beg your pardon. Europa. Should have been Champions League for me, if I'm honest with you, but the run that they were on. He was then brought into this Newcastle side to rebuild. So was this a vision that the Newcastle board had in mind?
Well, you assume so. They've got the world to pick from for the director of football, and that's who they went for.
Yeah, but when I say a rebuild, Win, did they have ear to the ground? Were they listening to noise in the background, talking to Eddie Howe, and Eddie Howe was coming back saying, "I don't think we're going to have this player very long. I don't think we're going to have this player very long." They look as though, or the talk is that they want to be out after so many years at the club. Do you think this was earmarked for the next summer, well, this summer coming, to be that cut-off point where players go, we sell, and then we bring in fresh blood?
No. I think it's
You don't think that was...
I think it's all circumstantial because of what's happened this season.
Right. Okay.
What's
your guys' thoughts?
I'm pretty happy that if we'd been challenging for Champions League again this season, there wouldn't be the unrest in the troops that there is.
I think because there's been complete and utter failure this season by the team and the way we've played, you know, the players will want away. Some players will want to get away, and I'm not disputing the fact that it's partly down to them as well. But you're always going to have this as a club. If you go from being 5th in the Premier League last season, winning a cup competition, and then fall down a mountain to 14th, potentially 15th. Leeds are drawn still. If Leeds get a win tonight, we're on the same points as Leeds United. I mean, we are on. In all seriousness, we are on the same points as Leeds if they win the night. That is not good enough. That is not good enough for Newcastle United. And, I said at the start of the season we should be 5th place. We should never want to go backwards. We're not only going backwards, we're being catapulted down the hill backwards. We're rolling. We're like a stone just rolling down a hill this season with a disaster of results. In all seriousness, Jack Cunningham last week asked me the question, how many more points do you think we could pick up this season? And it was off the cuff, and I just thought there's 5 games left and get 8 points, so I says 8. Sorry, there's 6 games left of time, so I said 8. And then everybody laughed at us on the panel and went, where were you going to pick up 8 points from? And, you think about that now and you think, actually, I was a fool. I based it on my heart and what I think would have happened in the past. Yeah, this season has proved that we're just not good enough as a team.
No, it's very hard to find the next win. That's the worrying part for me.
One's enough. One win is enough.
I mean, we've got some
destroy Arsenal. Personally,
we've got some dodgy teams coming our way. Some that we haven't had much change of in the past.
Well,
have we?
What we have got coming our way, just to stoke Bogey's fire, is West Ham and Nottingham Forest.
Well, that's another one, yeah.
And they are only right now. West Ham are only 9 points behind us.
It's part of the problem
with us to play.
I don't want to sit here and say we're going to drop down. I'm a Newcastle United fan. I want to win the last 5 games.
Allegedly.
But in regards to this, the only thing I can go off is what you're seeing with your eyes on the pitch. And I really don't see where the next win's coming from. I don't see how this team wins a game.
No, that's what I said. It is going to be
strange.
There,
your pal saying the problem is Eddie was only meant to be the start of the rebuild. If we want to be constantly challenging the top 6, for a change has got to happen.
I mean, the thing is, though, if we were going to change the manager, I would have preferred us to have done it by now. I don't see the difference between changing the manager now. If the season's done, I mean, that's the issue we've got now, is we've got nothing to play for. Arsenal have still got something to play for. West Ham have still got something to play for because they're, trying to survive. Like, you look at it, the problem is that we are now, our season, we realistically probably won't get relegated. We realistically probably aren't in the shout for Europe anymore. So the only real reason to keep Eddie Howe now is if we are starting next season with him, which I would have no problem with. I still haven't given up on Eddie Howe at all. But if we are thinking about changing the manager, I don't see the point of letting things get, like, to put it in a metaphor, to let things get mouldy. Like, if things are already stale and you're planning on making a change at the end of the season, why not just do it now? Like, give a new manager, give the players something to play for to impress the new manager. Let somebody come in, have a look at the team, and then know what they want to do when the summer comes, because we do have the World Cup there. So if they are going to make changes, now would have been the time.
Just
that's
a quick
the thing.
One. To add, he's the only one in the chat that actually makes a hell of a lot of sense a lot of the time. There's only thing I can say to add.
Pick the ones that agree with you, Brokey.
In regards to this, let's look at it. we'll stick with Eddie Howe next season. We know he goes into it. Do you guys see him changing things around that much? Do you think he'll change his style of play?
Back to what it was last
I don't
season.
necessarily want to see him change the style of play.
So you want me to carry on like we have this season?
No, not like I want us to carry on like we did in his first 3 seasons.
We need the intensities back, don't we? That's the
Yeah.
identity of the team. That's what we need. Oh, look at this here.
Tina's changed that tune metaphors aside.
Yeah, there you go. Listen, the way I look at it now, right? Like I said, he's the one. Geordie journos are saying that PIF have confirmed that they're going to be in attendance at the Brighton game at home. So there you go. They are going to be having a look in the hot seat of Eddie Howe when he
If
comes.
it goes like the rest of the season, they're going to be disappointed, aren't they?
Well, yeah, they are. So look, let's just throw. I mean, we got 14 minutes left, so let's get on
Wow.
the bit of the debating angle, I suppose, because we're looking aside. It looks very much as though Anthony Gordon still hasn't turned up for training. His hip injury seems as though now they're questioning whether he's going to be available for the weekend. So again, it throws a bit of a spanner in Eddie Howe's trial, if you like, because again, one left-sided player. Does Sue Park enter the frame? He's had a couple of decent games, or do you think he's a bit too lightweight to support the team on that left-hand side?
No, he's not in
Right-
his
right
30s,
now-
so Eddie Howe won't pick him.
Right now, I'll try anything.
There's no...
Well,
look, we can sit here and we can talk about young players that were blue in the face. Let's be absolutely honest. What gives you any thought at all Eddie Howe's going to give any youngsters a chance? He's had all season to do it, and he hasn't done it once. Who thinks that they're going to actually... Any of these young players are going to get a chance?
Well,
They're not.
now that
He'll go out with his tried and tested players. We'll play exactly the same football. We'll drop off after 20 odd minutes. We'll make with substitutes on the 67th minute or 70th minute. Let's not sit here now and say things are going to change. He hasn't.
that's
And he-
optimistic.
he's had a chance and he hasn't all season.
But that's the thing, isn't it? If you look at the big talking point from the last few weeks, as everybody seems to have come to the table. No attacking patterns. That's the main thing for me. Over reliance on wide play. You open up the left hand side, which has been Eddie Howe's motto, if you like. for a
Most
long
crosses
time.
in the Premier League, most corners in the league.
Absolutely. But it's an over reliance on
Have
wide
we got
play
the most
without.
goals? And have we got? Hang on. Just quickly on
Yeah.
Wynn's point there. We've got the most crosses. Brilliant. We've got the most whatever the other thing you said. Have we got the
Corners.
most goals? And have we got the most goals? And we've got the most points.
So how come we're on a negative
'Cause
XG trend?
that's the most important thing.
I don't know,
That's
because
what
then when you combine
You don't
that
know.
with
Well,
the
look at
fact,
the league. We haven't.
when you combine that
We're in
with the fact that
14th.
we're also third in the league for set piece goals, and we've had the most corners.
Wow.
It makes you wonder what the hell.
Wow.
What's happened to the rest?
So basically, what you're saying is the set pieces aren't particularly the issue, but where are we in the league? We're 14th.
Well,
Isn't
what I'm
stats you
saying
bring
is,
up, we're 14th.
what I'm
in
saying
the
is
league.
the reason that we're third in the set piece league is because, yes, we've converted the third most, but we've done that from probably twice as many corners as everybody else has had.
But you see, for me,
that set piece coach is going down fantastic.
that's what I said.
That makes things even worse.
But
If we're getting the
We're
most
top of the league. Yeah, we're the top of the league on most crosses, and yet we're a negative XG. So I don't understand why these, like you just said, why we're not questioning some of the coaches on going forward on what is happening with the attacking coaches. Why haven't we got some play? I want to ask the three of you. You all watched the Bournemouth game, yeah?
Yeah.
But I think
Yeah, I was reading was a super chat.
It's sorry, I've been calling him Mazda. Oops.
He likes called Aldi. For me,
I thought Wazza would be more of a sort of a Waitrose type of guy.
oh, look at you!
Oh.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, look at you. spoon, silver spoon. You all watched the Bournemouth game, right? We all watched the Crystal Palace game. What was the play? What was the tactical setup for them 2 games?
Well, basically, have a little bit of attack in the first half. Go off after 20 minutes. Have a pint and a burger at Spoons. Give up on the game. Come out the second half. Let them just absolutely destroy. Well, another couple of pints. Let's face it. Both them teams were on the beach.
Exactly.
The only thing was Crystal Palace, as I said the other night, had their pina colada knocked over by our beach ball and thought,
Leeds are getting beat, by the way.
We'll step. Well, hey, we're not going to be 15. We'll step this up and win this game. So that was a big difference. Leeds. That's because you said Crystal Palace's manager thought to themselves, "Hang on, we can win this game. We can go out and actually beat these. It's easy," and they did, and that's what happened.
That's what I said. I didn't look to me as though either team had got out of third gear. And I struggled to find what the identity was of Newcastle, because it was neither fast, even though that is what Eddie Howe come out and said. He wanted a youthful, fast approach to the game, and that's the reasons why he picked this side. And I didn't see any of that. There was no intensity there.
Crystal Palace, we played some pretty nice one-touch passing. I think we played better football there. I think against Bournemouth, our passing wasn't really... Sorry. You've lost my picture because my cat's an absolute fool. But what I was going to say is that in the Crystal Palace game, we did have some nice passing going around. The Bournemouth game, we couldn't seem to really get out of our own half for a lot of the game. I mean, I was only catching... There was bits of it where I looked away because I was actually at work at the time. But we had one of the phones on and I was watching it. Every single time we had the ball, I looked away for a second, I looked back, and then we were back on the defence. So...
But bear in mind, Crystal Palace, we were, without creating any clear-cut chances to speak of, but, we're in the lead until the 80th minute there.
Hang on, how many times we've been in the lead in the last few minutes of a game this season?
But that's the
rinse
worry.
and repeat, repeat is the saying that used to come on this channel that I've tried not to use. But, in regards to that, how many times have we been in the lead or we've been drawn in the last few minutes and we've lost it? Exactly. And just Michael in the chat, who, to be fair to him, is completely against us as well. You've got no idea about it. Let's face it, it's all about what people tell you. To be fair, anything I see on here is what I think. I don't, if it would be easy for me to come on here and just go, let's stick with Eddie Howe, let's go for it. It's always in my head what I'm actually thinking. So, I'll quite happily be called out or anything, but not particularly that I don't speak what I think.
Exactly, and I think that everybody's valued on this.
And wins. To be fair to Win, he's exactly the same. Yeah, Gary's exactly the same, and Tino's exactly the same. We'll come on here and we'll speak what we think. You might not agree with us, and to be fair, we talk rubbish at times. I've always said that, but we do come out and we say what we think in our heads and hearts.
Yeah, I mean, Terry's saying there, I'm thinking that players are just fed up as Eddie Howe's tactics and decision making as us fans. Same old story. That's why they've down tools. No faith.
I can't disagree with that.
You can't disagree with it, can we? That's what I said. I mean, no. I was looking at we talk about where we are.
My last straw to grab a hold of is the fact that we've got Bruno back, because I don't think he'll allow it.
You've just took my words out of my mouth. Are we one man dependent in this side, Bruno?
Yeah, potentially. Can I ask Win a quick question though? What film are we going for this week? Because we've got 5 games left. What film starts with 5?
I'll have a think. I'll have a think about
that. To be fair, Bruno's great having him back. But let's face it, he's been out for a little while. He's going to take a little while to get fit. It's not fair to put the pressure on him to sort of, come back and somehow save this season for us. It's really probably not savable now anyway. But I just think, he's a great player, but don't put that sort of pressure on him. How the hell can he turn around what's been going on the pitch for a full season?
Shout from Still Bad Dad, Fifth Element. is what you can make one for.
Oh, there you go. Fifth element.
Fifth element, with the return
Yes.
of the chosen one himself, Bruno Guimaraes.
The fifth element. I mean, it's certainly feeling that way for me. It feels as though we are doomed if we haven't got Bruno on the field of play.
That's Beethoven's fifth.
There you go.
Well done. I'm impressed. I love a bit of classical music.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, we spoke previously in the build-up to the Bournemouth game, right? And we heard of what the players said. They said that even though the gaffer's announced that he's leaving, we've all come together and said, you know, we're not dropping off. We're going to perform. We've got a lot of potential. We've got a lot still to play for, and we're all playing for our careers, which was really, for me, the type of information. Talk is cheap. Don't get me wrong. You've still got to go out there. And you've got to, oh, there you go. Just as you said it, you see, commentators curse.
Good news, though. Good news when we're closer to Bournemouth.
When you look at it, right, for me, when players come out and say, we're still going to perform for the gaffer even though he's leaving. Because for me, it's about my career and what the new gaffer sees in me. Whoever it is, yeah, obviously we know it's Rose now. I want to perform. They come to Newcastle, again, you know, not the fortress as it was before. And again, without really getting out of third gear, actually opened Newcastle up a couple of times. That's all I needed. And it was defensive error. And you know what really annoyed me? Because when I watched it back, you could see Trippier actually pointing to the midfield and asking the question, how have they been able to just, you know, walk through us? But he made no effort himself.
And then he stands still himself.
Yeah. Yeah, he made no effort himself to get back into position. There was 4 players across that midfield, counting Trippier. And it was Tonali who tried to get back. He put himself in a great spot, but then expected the 2 big boys at the back to obviously clear it, and it just never materialised. And like I said, you know, you look at that and you can just see it literally felt like everything was just draining away from them. And that is the big thing for me. I just don't see the identity. I don't see the plan. You talk about a plan B. Give me a plan A first, because the plan A that he so rightly speaks about and you know thrives off just wasn't there. And me and Michael was talking about it, and it was like, what can you see? What have you given me that makes me believe that this plan is going to work? Because I couldn't see one. There was nothing fast about the team. There was nothing in direction in the approach to the game. And it wasn't until Trippier come on that you saw a little bit of a bounce. When Bruno come on, you saw a little bit of a bounce. But it lasted 5 or 10 minutes, and that was it.
I think early evening show's over. We need to do the last 2 super chats, don't we? From was it?
Go for it.
2 seconds.
Can you find it?
That was the one for ads. Saying
ads.
I thought it was Asda. They saying send a photo. I'll let you know. And Bogey, lamb shank, buttery mash, and trimmed beans.
Oh, nice. Was it lovely?
That's a Waitrose special.
Bit of minty sauce on there, more like as well.
Oh, you can have a bit minty sauce.
No, bit minty sauce. As minty as was as well minty guy on this channel, isn't he?
He is.
I would join in, but apparently I can't say that word. So.
Go on, say it. I was going to say.
Minty, we're trying to sell them as quick as possible.
And here we are. We are literally on the King Kev. He's on the channel. Welcome on board, King Kev. He is going to be taking. Oh, you're muted, lad. Have you just turned your mic off? I can't hear you, dude.
At least his camera's working, which is more than we can say for
He'll be back. He'll be back, says...
Hasta la vista, baby.
Hasta la vista, baby. Indeed. I mean, it is, like I say, for me, that whatever we go forward with, there has to be a plan of action. And like I say, these next few games are going to be crucial for the rest of this very lax season. Are you there now, Kev? Are you still? Oh, 2 minutes. He's just playing his bits and pieces.
Right, have I fixed it?
There you go.
Yeah.
Fabulous. You're in. You're in.
In.
There you go.
Thank you. Whoa,
Well
that
done,
was
mate.
worrying.
Yeah, it was when you kept pressing the top of the button. I'm like, that ain't working. That ain't working.
Jerky, Mr. Singh. Nah, only at Christmas with stuffing.
Oh, there you go.
As the only vegetarian on this channel, I'm delighted that we've just spent the last 3 minutes talking about different types of meat to eat. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well
Go and order
done.
yourself a nice big kebab.
She just said I'm a vegetarian. Just because my picture's not your book, you don't think you're going to get away with comments
Whoa.
like that?
It could be a tofu kebab.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd have a tofu kebab. I've never heard of one, but I would definitely try
Right,
one.
are we good? Are we in? Are we
We're
ready
good.
to go?
We're good.
Yeah, you could go. I'm going to leave you guys to it. Have a good late show.
NUFC Early Night News with Gary the Geordie Yum Yum, Andrew Bokey, Christina Cage, and Derek the Mighty Wind. Weekdays from 8 p.m. UK, 2 p.m. USA. NUFC Talk.
And there we are.
Here we are. Look at this. I mean, football's gone mad again, hasn't it? A manager's just left Chelsea after winning 4 of his first 5 games. I mean, it didn't go too well after that. But that's for standard now in football, isn't it? And the interesting part for me, right, while clubs are hitting the panic button like Chelsea, things at Newcastle could potentially be coming back to, like, okay. I heard yesterday, I watched the show, you guys were amazing. Eddie Howe is still a man for PIF, apparently, so I can't wait to get into that with Bokey. That's going to be a good one. And although some fans may be turning, and you know what, that's absolutely fine, criticising Eddie Howe is for me, it's okay and sometimes warranted. However, people are starting to call out with disrespect towards a manager who is our most successful in over half a century. So, hey, I don't know what's happened in the last 24, 48 hours, but I'm not complaining. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Are you all okay? Bokey, I'll come to you first. I haven't spoken to you for ages, mate. Are you all right?
I know I've been trying to avoid you, to be honest, mate, but yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, no, I'm doing well, mate.
We always have good discussion. We always have good discussion.
I was going to say, I think it's a bit easier for me tonight than you to talk about things in regards to how we're mindsets.
It's all right. It's look, hey, I'm always. Oh, look, Lynn's already noticed I've done my hair. Last time I got called out for an awful trim, so I've done my hair. Peter, how you doing? You okay?
To be fair, there was somebody else that put it. Still Bad Dad put one through, Win.
Oh,
Nope.
Sorry.
It wasn't a super chat. It was a 26 months of membership.
Oh,
No
right.
jail for King Kev all night. The fella is innocent.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Look, hey,
Oh, there we
it's
go.
all happening tonight. What a start this is.
Oh, no, that's Lynn's celebrating 8 months of membership as King Kev's done his hair.
Well done.
And there we go, Sean.
Belter.
Sean, still Bad Dad, celebrates 28. No jail for King Kev all night. The fella is innocent.
Hey,
Until
I've been,
proven guilty.
the last show I was on 2 nights ago, I think, on the comments on YouTube, not the ones live, the comments after it's kind of been put, I got absolutely hammered. So it's nice to feel a little bit of love at the start before I start annoying everybody
Welcome to
again.
my world. Won't you come on?
Me and you are like Marmite Bokey. We'll stick together, eh? Peter, how you doing? You okay?
All good, mate. Aye, all good.
Happy days.
Looking forward to getting stuck into tonight's show.
We've got loads to talk about. I can't leave out Mighty Win. I've got to check on Mighty Win before we move into all the talking points of the show.
I'm still in dark depression from the weekend. But,
No.
you know, all I do again today, you know, there's Chelsea, all the money in the world, and
Right.
pulling the
Just shows.
plug. Just, you know, show me a club where it works.
Well, the consistent clubs win. The Arsenals, who have had Arteta for years, Pep, who's been celebrating 10 years at Manchester City, that's where it works, keeping a manager right. Anyway, before we go into manager, I need to
Where
get
were
some...
Newcastle United and Man United when Michael Carrick took over?
Yeah, he's just starting to struggle now a little bit, I think. He's had a couple of iffy results before his last win. Anyway, we're going to come to managers later on, lads. We're going to come to managers later on. We've got to start with, again, I mean, Anthony Gordon. I'm a little bit sick of talking about Gordon at the minute. Not because I dislike the bloke, just because he's been in the news for the last 72 hours consistently. So we're going to put an end to it. All right, I'm gonna go through what's happening. I'm going to come to each and every one of you. I'm going to ask about cashing in, the injury, are we entitled as fans, and all that stuff. All right, so reports say Gordon misses training again with a hip injury. He's had scans and there's now doubts he's expected to miss Arsenal. Not definitely going to miss it. But at the same time, whilst all that's happening, there's a £75 million valuation interest from top clubs and growing noise that he's kind of outgrown Newcastle now. He's never officially said that. That's kind of all hearsay. But I mean, again, smoke without fire. Who knows? Right, so what I want to ask you is first, I want to jump straight in. Do you fully believe it's 100% injury, or is this a Newcastle player protecting himself ahead of a move? Now, we'll never fully know, but it's very important to get a fan's perspective on this because, yes, we'll never know the truth, but what does it look like to us guys as fans? And again, have we seen this before? Look, our top scorer last season left. Our top scorer this season looks like he wants to be away. Is it going to become a trend for a club like Newcastle? Are we realistically just a stepping stone? I hope not, but let's get your thoughts on it. So I guess the first one is, do we believe 100% it's an injury? I'm going to come to you first, Borky. Where do you stand on the whole Gordon injury? Is it legitimate? Is it more of a fallout? Is it something we don't know? And is he going to be here next season?
I said this in last night's show, to be fair, in regards to this. When Eddie Howe did the press conference on Friday for the game, he said any player that isn't up for it will be dropped. I wouldn't play. Now that was a quite toxic thing to say if any player wasn't going to be in the squad. If it's true that he knew Gordon was injured on Thursday and Friday, so had no chance of making that squad, why didn't he? You would have protected your player and come out and said, that player's injured, so that's why they're not in the squad. But he didn't. He didn't mention Gordon once in regards to not being in. And none of the press has mentioned that he had been missing from training or anything like that. So for me...
Had he been missing? Does anybody, again, people in the comments need to let us know, you guys, do you know when we released for training photos? I never looked because I didn't expect a comment from Howe, and then I definitely didn't expect Gordon not even being on the bench. But was he in any of the training pictures?
I didn't. To be fair, I didn't see any of the training pictures.
He wasn't in training on Thursday or Friday, but it could still well have been. How might have said nothing? Because it could still have been open that he. But no,
Howe is very, very well media trained, and he would have, and the press team and everybody would have known what he was going to say when he went in there. Now, if you go in there and you say any player who isn't committed to the club won't play, and then Gordon's not around for that game, I think that answers quite a few questions.
Well, in your mind, it does. We had this discussion yesterday.
For me, he's not a committed player to Newcastle United. He's not as good a player as he thinks he is. And, he's the golden boy in Eddie Howe's eyes, but I don't think a lot of fans would agree with that. If he wants to go and we can get the money for him, just let him go. If he's not committed to the club, and I didn't want to see him again, I'd rather he didn't play any other game this season.
Fair. I mean, I'm not gonna argue or reply to that. Yeah, Peter, how do you feel about the Gordon situation? It does seem, doesn't it, at times? I'm gonna always try and slightly come at it with a different angle with each person on the panel tonight, but it does seem like at Newcastle United there just has to be drama, doesn't there? It's never smooth. What's going on? Come on, what do you think about Gordon then? Are you buying the injury or not?
Nah, I think with the injury or supposed injury, it's just to me, it feels like too much of a coincidence that at that same time, Bayern Munich are heavily linked, and also with the comment, I mean, with Eddie Howe's comment, if I'm going to play sort of devil's advocate on that, you could argue maybe Eddie Howe was still hopeful at that moment in the press conference. For all we know, maybe he was hopeful actually Gordon was still going to play and he was going to be fit, and they were kind of trying to leave it until the last minute to gauge his fitness. So that's one kind of reason maybe why Eddie Howe didn't mention it in the press conference.
Yeah,
But
also, I think there's been a
yeah,
couple of comments there about why would you give the opposition that information, which is also a very
yeah,
good point. Why
yeah,
would you want the opposition to know that your top scorer isn't fit?
yeah.
So yeah, very interesting actually. I'm liking where this is going so far. Wayne, what are your thoughts on Gordon, man? Because mine are very different, but I'll come to them in a minute. I want to let you guys have your say first.
Well, first of all, Woody certainly would. Get on, walk, kid. Says Rosa.
Yes, was a thank
Uh,
you.
Listen, the Anthony Gordon dilemma that you've brought up, you can look at it two ways, and it very, very much depends on what your predetermined idea was. You're either a Gordon fan or you're a Gordon critic. And if you're a
Oh,
Gordon critic, then the injury is made up to suit the occasion. And if you're a Gordon fan, he's injured. And that's all there is to it. I'm in the latter camp. I think Gordon's a great player. I think we need more players like him. And having said that, if I was offered 75 million quid for him, I would sell him. So that's where I stand on it.
I'm a little bit in between. I'm not necessarily a Gordon critic. I'm also not really a Gordon fan. I'm so undecided on him. Like sometimes I watch him and I think, yes, that's amazing. That's a player I want to see him. And other times I just think, is it all hype? Like is it just? I've watched him so many times. I've probably watched almost every home game live he's definitely played in, and I've seen most of kind of the away games probably on TV and stuff, but I still haven't made my mind up, which makes me think you're right. When £75 million, I mean, God, that's got to be worth cashing in, right? I mean, what could we do with it? And it's a £35 million profit. Maths was never my strong point, by the way. I'm sure we signed him for 40 million and we're selling for 75. That's 35 million.
He's only standing us 9 million on the books now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Explain when.
Well, we've had him 4 years.
Yeah.
We paid 45. It's £9 million a year.
Okay.
By the end of June, 4 of those years are gone.
Yeah, the squad cost ratio comes in. Well, I know he signed a new contract, didn't he? So I know he's on a big wage, and that'll contribute a lot to squad cost ratio. So it might free up a little bit of there. Again, squad cost ratio.
Well, it frees that up as well when he goes.
Yeah,
frees all his wages up when he goes.
I mean, it's still if he goes. I don't want to kind of jump on the whole Gordon thing, but I think I would probably cash in personally. I think we could get someone a little bit more consistent. And we could get somebody a little bit more committed, and that's kind of all I want at the minute, really. So for me, with the Gordon thing, do I believe the injury? I've got absolutely no idea if I do or not. I possibly think it's a hell of a coincidence if he is injured with all the comments which came out beforehand. But also, I'm looking at a lot of comments now about Gordon being overrated, and I'm probably agreeing.
Quickly pick up on that, Kev. Why wasn't he at the ground? So, he had this, it was a slight hip injury, but we've seen other players turn up at the ground, and we've seen other players go in when they're injured.
I don't know that he wasn't at the ground.
If it was just a slight, well, where did you see him? Did he walk in with the players? Was he in his box?
Are you talking about at the match?
Got a box. Yeah, at the match.
He's got a box. Got his own box.
But I'm saying if he had been there, they would have zoomed in on him. There would have been.
How do you know they would have zoomed in on him?
Because they did when Byrne was injured. They do it when players are injured. They zoom in on those players. There was no mention of him being at the game.
So he wasn't there to zoom in on with the curtains closed as they have to be.
Nah.
I love the Gordon debate.
Why? But to be fair, Wissa, was it Wissa the other week that was sick? Gordon the other week was sick, and that's why he said he didn't shake other players' hands. Why didn't he just walk in and out of clothes so that he's not fit enough to play, but at least you see him around the ground area?
Why? What's the big deal?
Because it would stop. Because it would. The whole point is over the whole match. There's been so many things happen that aren't right, that sound untrue. It all rolls into one thing. So he was injured on the Thursday. Eddie Howe knew he was injured on the Friday and did that press conference where he said any player that's not committed to Newcastle isn't in my squad.
completely
Gordon
different
wasn't.
subject.
He could have said Toon Army wasn't. Gordon wasn't fit. He didn't. You then roll on to the Saturday to counteract that. He could have had him just walk into the ground, walk into the pitch. It's a
Why?
slight injury, because it proves then that there's no dispute or problem with the player. You know, it disputes any of this argument that I have got that I can make.
No, it's
But
not
he
an
did.
argument. It's just something that
but
you are
didn't.
perceiving.
But but he didn't. The player didn't turn up to the ground with the players. So, you know, it just all rolls into one thing that Gordon's took a huff.
If you wanted to, yes, it does.
But no, Gordon's took a huff, didn't want to play, and therefore
that's what you believe. You choose to believe that.
Well, but all the proof's in the pudding. The proof's
There's no proof anywhere.
Across that weekend, you explained to me why wasn't Anthony Gordon, you know, why wasn't he mentioned in the press conference? Why did Howe do that whole speech about players who weren't committed to the club when he knew Anthony Gordon wouldn't be available for the game? And why, if Anthony Gordon only had a slight injury, wasn't he
making five,
in?
man?
Well, I'm not. I'm saying across that whole thing, it shows that it just proves a point across the whole
It
whole
proves
thing.
the point that you wanted to prove.
So
Right.
you don't think there's
Hang on,
any
hang on.
coincidence in that whole
This
conversation?
links perfectly into what I was going to talk about next, so you can carry this on in a second. Very quickly, 2-1 Bournemouth against Leeds. 87 minutes gone, I think, so it looks like Bournemouth are picking up another 3 points there. The next point I was going to make was...
Just do that quick chat. It's 15 minutes of fame. Woody, have you seen Bogey's backdrop? I'm famous, you know.
Wait, I can't fully see it. It's proper. Oh, I see. What a legend! Fair play, heroic. I want that backdrop. How do I get that backdrop? What I was going to put in, or what I was going to say next was, fans always want transparency, right? And the reality is, we're not entitled to everything that goes on behind the scenes. Whether we think we are or not, as fans, we never fully know a story, and we never will. And personally, I don't have a massive kind of problem with that, because what goes on behind closed doors should, in my opinion, stay behind closed doors. However, what I kind of want to get used to going back into is, there's three things which came to my mind when I thought about this, because the Gordon thing's been going on for a while in the background, bubbling away, and then it's happened to the coincidental comments before the game, and then not being in the squad at all, and then it being a hip injury in a scan, etc. I don't know if Newcastle are being fully honest about the Gordon situation. It's almost like we're now backpedaling, is what it seems like to me. Well, God, that comment was bad timing, and then we didn't actually announce Gordon was injured. Maybe because we didn't want the opposition to know about it. Maybe, I don't know. But we didn't announce it, so now that looks even worse. And now he's not going to make Arsenal. Is he not making Arsenal through injury? Is he going to make the game after? Does he now have to play again if the plan was he was never going to play again? It's very interesting. Yeah. If he is pushing for a move, what is it? It's not going to be another Isaac situation. He hasn't went on strike. So again, personally for me, I get it. Like, you want to move on as a human being. If I was a Newcastle fan playing for Everton and Arsenal or Bayern Munich wanted us, of course I'm going to entertain that and my head's going to get turned. Gordon's not a Newcastle fan. I fully understand. Now, is it just modern football? Is it just the way it is? Like I mentioned it in the intro about Chelsea. It's the world we live in now. It's like we live in a world where it's 3 seconds of doom scroll and we just scroll next to the next content immediately because we get bored. And I said ages ago about Eddie Howe, I know the season hasn't worked out anyway, but I said, Newcastle fans just getting bored. We're just a little bit bored of it. Chelsea with Rosigne, quite similar as well. So I guess what I'm asking is do we have the right to fully know, or do you think we should be left in the dark? And if we should be left in the dark, it shouldn't be coming off. And again, I'm seeing loads of comments come in, which is amazing, about Gordon pulling the Isaac. That'll be decided over time. I personally don't think he is, but do we have any right to know Bogey or not? Or should we just accept that we'll never know a full story and leave it alone? Oh, muted Bogey.
I think we've got a right not to be lied to in regards to this. Or, you know, you look at back at Eddie Howe's career with things like this. I mean, the biggest one was Isaac. And when against Celtic, he came out and he lied to the fans. You know, he could just have said with Isaac at that point, his head's not in the right place to play this game, but he didn't. He pulled out some fake injury that wasn't there, and he's done it. He's done it a few times, and I don't like that. I think that's the one thing. Any Newcastle United fan just wants the manager to be honest to them. So,
I think for the majority of it, I agree with the Isaac thing, but I think he was probably in a difficult position there in terms of I can't come out and say he's on strike.
Difficult.
If he was on strike in that sense, I don't know. Isaac could have been lying to Howe, so Howe's just trying. I don't know, but I think majority when I've seen him in, like the other day, I was on with Chris and he spoke about the 7 to 10 seconds delay when he was like, I can't really answer for other people. He could have came out and lied and said, yep, everyone's committed, pulling him saying, but he wanted to give an honest answer. I think he is probably quite an honest guy.
But that 7-odd second delay was because he didn't know how to answer the question. He's so media trained. He could have just came out there and says, look, all my players are committed. A quick answer to that is, and what a good manager would have done was just go, all my players are committed. If they're not, then I wouldn't be playing them. But he didn't do that.
Yeah, I think he tried.
He hasn't got that little bit of, class about him or that little bit of passion about him for the team to be able to do that. And to be fair, I'm not calling Howe out for this. It's just not his personality. I've never came on this channel and called Eddie Howe. I have never ever came on here and says, the guy's an idiot or anything like that.
No.
No, but there are people that do it. There's people
that
do it. There's people online that do it.
I'm not saying you're being disrespectful. I'm not saying you're being disrespectful.
That's the complete thing. Don't be disrespectful to the guy, but you can come out and just say, sometimes he tells a fib a little bit too far, and sometimes he just doesn't get Newcastle United. I think the biggest thing about that was and I don't like to harp back to it because I'll go on like a broken record, as Wynn keeps saying, but harping back to the Sunderland games, he did not get that, how disastrous those results were against Sunderland. When he's going, we'll get it back in the next game, there's no chance. You've lost against your local rivals.
I think he does get the club. I think the Sunderland thing it's different. So I'm one of these fans where when we lost, obviously I don't want to lose to Sunderland ever. Of course I don't. But for me, it's not the be all and end all of a season. Like, I would happily lose twice to Sunderland in one season and finish 5th, as most fans would, I'm assuming. So I understand obviously the position he was in, but I think he does understand the club. But I also think he tries to not get too high when it's going really well. Like, other than the cup win, I'd never really seen him properly celebrate like a massive win or a massive result. He never really got too high and never really got too low, which I think is a strength of his personally. But Peter, we've been watching Win and Boaty argue, and we will be again in about 5 minutes when Win gets his say on this. But are fans entitled to know the truth? Should the manager be more honest? It's difficult.
I think with the Isaac situation, when in the Celtic match, like you say, Boaty, when Howe said that he was injured, and you find out, later down the line, you find out it was because he wasn't there, Isaac, because he didn't want to be there. So I think with that one, it was more like...
Did Howe know that, or was Howe being lied to and Howe's just re-shared the lie he was told? Because you're not telling a lie if you think it's the truth.
Yeah, before I carry on, actually, Super Chat, was I?
Yeah, saying the players have let him down, starting with Gordon.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But yeah, I think when Eddie was talking about Isaac, and you're right, Kev, like, it is speculation as well. We're speculating from the outside as to what the circumstances of these situations. And I think with Isaac, I think, let's say if he knew and he was kind of trying to keep it on the low down, I would kind of give him a pass on that one, because he's coming from a place of, let me deal with this, use crack on. The fans don't need to know. In the background, maybe naively, he was thinking, in the background, we'll get Isaac back on side. Don't worry. So therefore, they don't need to know about this incident. We'll just say he's injured, and then you fast forward a week later, and Isaac is back in the camp, and he's, do you know what I mean? And he's got his head right, and then no one needs to know about that. So, but I think that was naive, because I think obviously we know in hindsight, Isaac was just not going to budge. So it would have been better served to get rid earlier than what we did. But But yeah, so I'm not too fussed that Howe done that. I guess looking back at that situation, I think you can't tell the fans everything in terms of like all the, you don't want to sort of air your dirty laundry in public all the time, do you? So
No.
it's a delicate situation, I think, with certain situations that arise with players behind the scenes. You got to keep some things in house, I think. I think with the Gordon situation, for me, again, you're right, Kev. It is speculation. At the end of the day, that's what it is. We don't know from the outside looking in, but as a fan looking at it, I just can't think that it's a coincidence. I can't get past that coincidence of, the Bayern Munich speculation, and then obviously the comment how Eddie Howe made. Maybe that was him trying to say, look, I'm drawing the line here, because maybe it was something like in training. Again, it's maybe a bit more nuanced, where Eddie Howe has picked up vibes in training where he just senses that Gordon's head isn't right, or maybe vice versa, where Gordon has said to Eddie Howe, look, boss, my agent's been on the phone to Bayern Munich, and I'm just not quite sure if I'm thinking right, in terms of focusing for Bournemouth. And, it might have been a bit of both, possibly. Yeah.
It's definitely, I mean, a couple of quick things. Longstaff has equalised for the Leeds, so Bournemouth might not be looking up, picking up another 3 points. So one of our own, Sean Longstaff, I mean, he divided opinion massively. Another one, it's almost like Newcastle can't be united on anything at the minute, unfortunately. What is interesting about the fans knowing is, I mean, I'm going to come to you in a second, Win, about the Gordon one, but I'm also going to chuck in Johan Wissa, because I read a report today that Newcastle United are obviously looking for a striker and are more than willing, of almost already accepted, that they will lose a lot of money on Wissa, shock horror, and he will be sold for as little as 15 million. Now, again, it's all media speculation. We don't know what's going on the inside. There's clearly something going on with Wissa, because he can't even get off a bench half the time. So that's very interesting. But yeah, do the fans need to know everything? Should we know more about Wissa, Win? And what do you think about, again, should we know more about Gordon, or should we literally just do our jobs and support whoever's on the pitch at the time?
Well, was I saying Wilson told Eddie that Ratty was not doing it. Gruesome. Is what he's telling Eddie to do, I think. Are the fans entitled to know everything that's going on in the background? Well, I don't know if you can remember, but when Kevin Keegan and Eddie Howe did the stage show at the Tyne Theatre,
I was there, yeah.
Eddie said, Eddie was asked what's the one piece of advice that Keegan would give him. And the one piece of advice that Keegan gave to Eddie was, don't lie to the fans. He says they'll forgive you a multitude of sins, but just I'm not
sure if modern Newcastle fans would forgive a multitude of sins.
All I'm saying that on the face of it, there are quite a few occasions where he's either been very badly advised or misinformed on certain things, especially regarding injuries, or he's deliberately just keeping stuff under wraps so that the opposition don't get the plan for playing us in a better way.
He's done that loads with players in terms of saying they are injured but then we end up playing to throw off the opposition. So I think it is definitely a purposeful thing, but I don't think it's out of bad intentions towards the fans or bad intentions towards the situation or his players. I genuinely think, and again I'll get jumped all over for this again, but I'm used to it now. I think his intentions have always been good. Granted, some things haven't worked, like tactics and selection and formations and substitutions. Absolutely right. To come in for some criticism there and managing 2 games a week, but I think his intentions have always been good towards Newcastle fans, so that's just my take on it really. But in terms of, I don't think we have any right to know really. I think how that's strange to say, I should have thought about that, wants to manage the club is down to him, same as it was with Keegan and Dalglish and Hullett and Robson and whoever else has come and gone in with time. But yeah, I think we have no right really, which is probably also going to cause upset, but Interesting.
Kev, just to say as well, I think
Yeah.
the majority of the time, the way Eddie Howe conducts himself is
bang
first
on.
class.
Yeah,
You look
I
at
agree.
the clowns that you see in the footballing world.
Well, Rossinia's just gone. I don't like to criticise because or if I do, I try and do it with some sort of substance. But like some of the stuff he came out with, and that guy who was it Wilfred Nancy at Celtic who got the tactic board out every game, and I'm just like, God, what is going on? And I'm so happy we've got quite a calm, normal manager. So I do agree with that. Keep going.
I'm thinking of Ange as well. I mean, I think Ange Postecoglou, I think he was hard done by Forest, but at Tottenham, he was picking fights every week with the reporters and. Yeah, Eddie Howe, like you say, Eddie Howe, it reminds me of Rafa in terms of, like you say, doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low.
Could you say the problem with Howe is he's a bit boring? That's the problem with him for some fans as well.
Maybe
sometimes you do sometimes want, a little bit of passion from your manager, a little bit of controversy. I mean, could you ever see Howe headbutting somebody like Pardew? Could you ever see him doing a rant like Keegan? He's just not that type of guy. No. Is he just a little bit too mundane?
I think for some fans, I said it a while ago when I first joined the team here. I think I said it a while ago. Some fans are just a little bit bored of him, which is really sad in a way because he's done so amazing. But he's just not that type of personality. You're right. He's not going to headbutt somebody. He's too classy. He's not going to go on a Keegan rant. It's certainly interesting. We've got another super chat from Wazza. I love Wazza. The amount of super chats this lad sends in, amazing.
Yeah, top
what a guy. Go on, Win.
Kev, give Borky your barbers. No, man, not Wins, though.
Wins barbers did a cracking job. All off.
Kev's got about 15 years on me. Kev's got about 15 years on me. I'm quite proud to still have this little mopper here.
Have I got 15 years on you, Borky, really?
Well, yeah, of course you will.
Bloody hell. Maybe I just look young. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, speaking of injuries and exits, I mean, Tino Livramento comes to mind. Didn't want to renew his contract. Again, I get it. He's not a Newcastle fan. He's looking at his options and he could go on to play regular Champions League football. Massive reputation, can play right and left, gets him England team. But it's starting to become... Is it starting to become a little bit worrying, I guess, is going to be my next question I throw at you, because it's almost like, are we just viewed as a stepping stone? I know Newcastle fans won't like, but I personally hate that. If any player joined us, or I was the manager, or had any sort of say in a player, and he said, "Oh yeah, I'd like a release clause for a chat," I'd be like, absolutely not. Like you need to be fully committed. This is a different type of football club. This football club is all about the passion. It's all about kind of the mental ups and the ridiculously low lows. We're not a stepping stone. It's different up here. So before we go into Tino, we'll go through the super chat, who says exactly, Borky.
Exactly, Borky.
No passion at all.
No passion at all. Disgrace.
Me two heroes are out tonight. Me two heroes are out.
Hansen was that.
We've got, I think he's got passion. He just shows in a different way. Everyone's personality is different. I'll defend him on that, but I agree with potentially being a little bit naive when it comes to speaking on certain things. But
Kev, do you not want to sometimes see a little bit more passion from him?
Nah, I love. I'm quite a calm fan, though. Like,
but he can't lift his arms above here. His arms should be up here when we win.
I don't mind. I'm quite a calm person anyway. I never try and get too far ahead of myself.
You just want him to lose himself, and this is for him as well.
I enjoyed when he celebrated doing when he had the cup and he got pushed towards the fans at Wembley when we won the League Cup, and he actually
he got pushed towards
celebrated. I quite liked the fact he had to be pushed, because it was like, look, like my job is to make sure that these good times last. I'm not going to get carried away. I like that personally.
Need chance. He should have stripped down to his boxers and
don't get us wrong.
For me.
I'd be helicoptering at the corner flag and all sorts if I'd
exactly.
I'd be going mental. But
yep.
Not that type of helicopter win, but I'm not going to talk about what I would do. But I say the same when I say, "Oh,
would it take off, Kev? Just for the chat.
Need chance. Nobody wants to see that. If you do super chat enough money, and I might do it. If you super chat enough money, I might. But look, it's a case
saying, don't make Borky's head too big for his hair, man. Was it ads?
Thanks a lot again. Was quality stuff. Look, I like when he's calm. Personally, I do like a little bit of drama, but I like it when it's not at our club. Our club has enough drama, man. Look at the state of it already. And when we're on the best, other than this season, we're on 3 or 4 out of the last 5 best seasons of our lifetime, most of us. So, and it's still drama. Anyway, Tino, what we're doing with Tino looks like he's a little bit of a crisp packet or made of Pringles or however you want to put it. Can't stay fit. Doesn't want to sign a new contract. Is he another one we openly look to cash in? Do we need to be more ruthless as a club, where if a player won't commit long term, we decide the future? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I've seen through my time growing up in football, I've seen Man United do it. I've seen Chelsea do it. I've seen Man City do it with people like Mahrez. And it's like, look, if you're not going to commit fully, we'll make the decision and you can go. Are we too nice at the minute of a club where we're like, oh yeah, take your time, have a think of your contract, get fully fit first? Because we did it with Botman. Botman had loads of injuries, didn't come back the same player, got a new contract, and now we look like we will do well to get the £35 million back we paid for him, and we should have been ruthless and cashed in at the right time. So what are our thoughts on Tino then? Do we need to be more ruthless or not? I'm going to come Peter first this time.
I would say definitely. I think with Tino, honestly, I mean, I was kind of starting to doubt Tino, not his ability, but Tino's application a couple of months ago, really.
Wow, and lots of people in the comments agreeing as well. This is interesting.
Yeah, like, to be fair, right, as well, you're talking there about being ruthless. Hasn't this season given the club the perfect kind of platform to be ruthless? I mean, all you need to do is look at the league table. I think the club should relish going into this summer and just having a bit of a clear out. To be honest, I don't think it's a negative thing. I think they should. Yeah, Tino, he should be part of that, in my opinion. I think this season, the issue I've got is, again, the application. I've seen times this season where I don't know if he's just not concentrating, if his head's not right, but he just switches off too much for my liking. And when he goes forwards, he kind of delays. Have you noticed that? He's brilliant at bursting forwards. He's got a lot of pace. But then he'll hesitate. He won't then deliver that cross. He won't deliver that pass. And yeah, for me, if you can get big money, and again, we're in this world where we're having to generate income to spend big money. So if you can get big money for Tino and Gordon as well, for me, I think it would be much better to do that, basically.
Clacky Steak Bakes is saying we need to play by the rule book on contracts. That's the only problem there. And Ads is saying, Bokey always on point. Proper
the Bokey fan club is out in force tonight. Bokey, you are feeling the love. Must be rare, like, but probably not used to it, but make the most of
it. To be fair, the Ads and Wazza are the two people that I completely respect. So yes, I am.
Cheers, mate.
I think what we need to do is maybe just read their chats out all night. You know,
right. For sale.
Fair play. Excellent stuff. Thank you again.
And scruples out the window.
Wayne, would you cash in on Tino, or again?
I don't think we'll be able to now.
Really?
I think.
But there was actually a good point. There was talk that Man City
Manu might take him, but I think his injury record now is just getting such that, a bit like Botman.
Yeah,
we've missed the boat now. I don't think Botman could have been helped really. He was halfway through his contract. We have given him another contract despite his injury history.
Yeah,
and. We're offering Tino one despite his injury history, but the alternative is to let them go for washers, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I think we'll have to start selling smart. But again, you'll never get to compete with the top 6 if you keep selling.
What would we miss? Let me put that out there. So what would we miss if we sold Tino? Because what he gave this season, I know he's potentially a quality player, I know, but I'm trying to.
Well,
I'm trying to be ruthless.
We've got a memory foam injury bench, or would miss his body shape on that memory foam injury bench. I think is the biggest thing.
If you look at the games that both Paul and Tino have played, the results in those games is different cocoa to the rest of the season.
When that was correct up till a couple of weeks ago, but since they've both been back, that's gone out the window.
Yeah, it's a fair point, right? Because them two together, they on their day they are immense, right? But if you sell Tino and you get between 50 and 70 million, let's say, would you not then back yourself to go and get a player as good as Tino, but with the added bonus of he's switched on and he's actually committed. And his application is better than Tino? Would you not back yourself to go and get a player, in the market?
I think we've got to be mindful as well, because I love
back
what you
myself.
said.
No, I'm not sufficiently knowledgeable, but I would back.
I love.
Should the club not back themselves to do that?
Well, I would hope that the people that the club have got in place would be able to do that. Maybe it's not as good, because
I
obviously
think it's a calculated risk, is what I'm trying to say, basically.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
I loved what Peter said about the opportunity being created this summer to kind of go for like that clear out. But I think we've got to be careful with Tino. Obviously, he is an injury-prone player, and some players take ages to come back in and pick up speed. So I think we've got to be careful with the application. I think personally, I probably would also look to cash in on Tino. I think we should have with Gordon maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and I was saying that at the time on a previous podcast I was on, that we have to be more ruthless, like in Man United, getting rid of the likes of Van Nistelrooy. I know Beckham was a fallout and stuff, and the Yap Stams at the right time to get maximum possible money to then move on. So I think we do have to be more ruthless as a club, but we'll let that super chat come up first. And
Bogies in an Amsterdam window with stockings.
Very quickly, Bogie, because I'm going to go on to some stadium news, which for common.
No, I'm not.
You're in demand, Bogie.
Before we go into the stadium news, we'll take a bit of a detour. But Tino, would you cash in?
100%.
Yeah.
He's
almost.
He's glass jaw. His winces glass jaw like Botman. He comes back. The only thing I would say is, and again, I'll get called a broken record, but when we're bringing players back, for me, you need to integrate them back into the team. So, you need to give them 10 minutes, maybe it's the end of the first game that they get back from injury, 20 minutes the end of the next. We'll go off all these bloody stats and whatever the hell Win likes, all these numbers and stuff. Go back to old school, integrate them back into the team, let them get fit. The problem, I think, with us is, as soon as they're fit again, they're chucked straight into the first team. You need to go back to the old style of sort of getting them fit enough to be match fit. And I think that's part of the problem. And that, as I say, I'm probably an old bloke sitting here saying that, but I would miles rather we went back to that way of that style of how you bring a player back into a team.
I think if you're confident in your backup and your deputies, absolutely. But I think our squad isn't probably what we think it is in terms of the players who maybe play when certain players are injured. But I agree anyway. I'm going to go slightly off kind of what I've got, kind of something which links to that. But I've seen lots of comments about the stadium news. Now we're talking about a potential new stadium in a new Arthur Hills area. Now this is interesting coming out. I'll just read through kind of what Craig Hope said. North East Mayor Kim McGuinness is also said to be keen for investment and regeneration in the Arthur Hills area, which is only a mile from St James's. Hope says that a senior PIF delegation is scheduled to meet with the club's executive team, led by CEO David Hopkinson at Matfin Hall later this month. Stadium plans will be at the top of the agenda during Key Summit, and progress is expected over whether a new home or renovation of St James's Park or a new site. Now that is very interesting in terms of, can we not do Leazes Park for, again, all the questionable reasons, but we could be moving not even just next door, we could be moving a mile or 2 or 3 mile away, which is actually something, when I've spoke with Wynne previously, has said that they should threaten to take the club out of the city centre and kill it, which was a bit over the top for me, but very, very interesting that we might actually be forced to either just stick with St James's and upgrade it, which is personally what I want, because I'm a bit of a dinosaur and I don't want to say goodbye to the stadium I grew up in. But also, could be moving. How do you feel about that? I mean, really? Are they really going to take Newcastle or St James's Park 3 or 4 mile down or up a road?
Well, it's not. Hunters Moor is literally like half a mile up the road.
Arthur's Hill was...
Arthur's Hill, yeah.
So Arthur's Hill, but it's still like, so you think of where the bars are, I mean, I don't know about anyone else, but where we are, obviously, you've got Leazes Park behind the stadium, you walk from, it's not north, it's probably not north, but as in where the stadium is north, you walk from south of the stadium up to the cathedral on the hill. You would still walk up, but you would finish in the bars, and you would get to kind of nothingness,
there's a couple of things. The only bar that's anywhere near is the Black Bull on Stanhope Street.
Yeah.
And then, funnily enough, the whole of Fenham, from Two Ball Lunnon to Silver Lunnon, and from Claremont Road, effectively, or Barrack Road, to the West Road, that whole square, which is about a 2 mile by 2 mile by 2 mile square, it's owned by the church, and that's why there are no licensed premises at all in that whole 2 mile area between.
That means
so
no
so you've
chance,
got
no
the, you've got
chance
the
of it
Fox,
happening,
you've got
do
the
you?
Fox and Hounds on the West Road is the extreme of one corner. And then you come down and you've got
Northern Terrace.
No. The North Terrace is on the diagonal corner to that.
Right.
I'll get this up.
Wynn's going to get him out. How do you feel about it in terms of? I mean, again, there's loads of politics behind building a new stadium, but I kind of thought.
But to me, my only point is, if you're going to move there, you might as well don't go the whole hog and build a purpose-built.
This is a load of crap now. Let's be honest. What Newcastle United should be doing is, we want to see a stay at St James's Park. We should be going to the local council. Look, at these are only grade 2 listed buildings. Yes, we'll do all the things that we should do to get rid of them, but they're gone. You get a big city centre stadium. You get the money in for the pubs every week. You know, you get the money in from the fans coming into the city centre. We've got the infrastructure for the transport there. Look, you guys either let us build our big stadium, otherwise we're out of here. You know, and that should be the ultimatum put it from. And me and Wynn completely agree on this. We're Billy Little Bollocks with this. We should just be Billy Big Bollocks and go. Look, you're backward or we're gone.
Maybe they have.
We'll go to Northumberland Council.
Maybe this is part of it. I agree. Maybe this is us. Look, we're looking at different sites. We'll just keep moving further and further away. Interesting. Go on, Peter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, maybe behind the scenes they have done that. I guess, you know, as fans, we don't know definitely whether that's whether they've done that or not. So, but I agree though. I think if they haven't, then they should be knocking on the door and saying, look, you know, we kind of mean business here, and they should make that case, put that case forward, because, like you say, it's like Cathedral on the Hill. You know, it's iconic and it brings in so much income for the pubs and the city. So. Yeah, they should be playing hardball. Go on, Win. What you got here?
So that's the. Can you see me cursor there? Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's the stadium where it is now. That's Leazes Park that we're talking about putting it on. That there is the Arthur's Hill Nuns Moor site.
Right.
Yeah.
It's too far. It's way too far from the town.
I agree, but you know, the Leazes Park, when you pointed at it, I know there was talk of, again, somebody just made it up, it wasn't official talk. There was talk of obviously playing at St James's, building like 75% of the stadium, and then knocking down the Leazes corner at the last minute and building up the rest. So it was almost going to be, if they got their way for a new one and not build up St James's. I'm pointing at the screen here and just realising that nobody can actually see what I'm pointing at.
That was going in here.
But yeah, that was going to there pretty much exactly where you are there, and that is right next door. I don't mind that as much. Not that I personally want a new stadium, but I don't mind it. It's very close. Still the cathedral on the hill. If anything, it's even a little bit higher on the hill. I can get on board with that. But where you pointed out before on the map, I'm like, why are we going that far away? Come on. That's what makes us special. City Centre Club. How many other City Centre clubs are there?
Zoom in on the stadium again, and just run your arrow down Lee's Terrace.
That's,
Get rid of that.
Yeah,
Lee's Terrace
what the hell are you losing there? In regards to having the best stadium in the world for a Premier League football team, what you're losing a U-shape.
Wait a minute.
Beautiful buildings.
You're losing a U-shape. Who goes to town? You've got a grade 2 listed building there. Who goes to town to see Lee's Terrace?
Lots of people go and take photos of that bogey.
Yeah, let's
No,
get
they
it pulled
don't.
down so we can get a decent stadium.
I got a bite off win there as well.
Look at
The only people
goes
I
to town
want
to
to
see
stay. I
that?
want to stay at St James's, by the way. I want to stay at St James's. I'm
the
just
only
winding this up.
people who use that are the people that live in it.
You
And
know
that's
what?
university, and they're
Take
all
it
living
down.
in.
Make
I think
them
it's
home.
all- it's all people's lives here, Win.
Take it down
Yeah?
brick by brick and take
Let's
it to
ruin
people.
let's ruin their lives, make them homeless. Come
Exactly.
on, too.
People's livelihoods and people's lives. Let's just.
Well,
cut that out of them.
no. To be fair, the people that live there we can move on to other
If you're
houses.
watching this, if you're watching this and you live there, please super chat. Please, I promise it'll be so funny.
Well, so to be fair, if you're living there and you're watching this, please move out and refuse to pay your rent so that we can get the houses cheap. We'll get them out and we'll get a decent stadium. Who the hell goes to Newcastle United to see Lee's Terrace?
If you're watching this, please move out. That might be one of my favourite things ever said. That goes along with I think I made a comment once about everyone knows Mickey Mouse's
Right,
real
come
name.
on, we'll
Mouse.
show them.
Oh, look at this. We've got Google Street Maps. This
Who
is
hasn't
such a
seen those in
complete
every street in every city?
What a beautiful, beautiful.
What makes
house.
them great
Look
too?
at that facade. huh?
That's like Love
Fuck,
Actually.
you can't beat that.
Wow, yeah, that's beautiful. That is beautiful.
It's a house.
It's student accommodation and
It's
lecturers.
student accommodation.
Exactly.
Shift them out.
Part of my job as a teacher. Look at. That's beautiful. They deserve that nice place. That's lovely to see. Lovely to see that. Honestly, it's not
Absolute rubbish.
I agree. Just
get
knock it down.
Get them
knock it down
out
I
and
agree.
get the stadium built. And if the council refuse, then
there's the
as I
other
say,
side.
move them out the city centre.
Look how beautiful that looks. Wow.
Is it not history, Win?
Oh, there's history. Thousands of years.
Listen, we've got 182 listed buildings in Newcastle, Grade 1 and Grade 2. I would think out of all the 182, that is the least
I
visited.
think it's in the top 5.
Well, if you're going to count all the football traffic, aye.
I'm only joking. I actually fully agree with you and Bo. Yeah, just.
And
when
as
people
for
look.
Lees's Park, the only people who use Lees's Park, that's
If you
this
watch
whole
it,
area there,
Yeah.
is a few dog walkers and people taking shortcuts from Barrack Road to the RVI.
Whoa,
Across there.
win.
How dare them
You're
take
completely
shortcuts to a
wrong there.
hospital to save their
What about the druggies and drug dealers?
Oh, the drug addicts and the tramps, aye.
Right, right. I'm pulling this back. I went off on one. Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. Right, but anyway, that's the news on the stadium. I saw lots of comments talking about the stadium, and there is talk that we could be moving even further away, or it could be a bit of a standoff to get the government to actually give in and do it. Was it? We've had some super chats, so I'll let you find them whilst I introduce kind of what we're going to talk about. My God, this show has flown over. You can tell this is a future award-winning show, which you have to like, you have to subscribe, give us all the support in the world to help us win that future award. Anyway, was it? Let's go through some super chats. Not was
Right,
it?
we've got Amsterdam and the Stockings. We've got, as I say, we missed a trick not getting the old general land. Well, even that would have been miles outside the city centre.
Would have been too little as well, wouldn't it?
Claggy Steak Bakes. Back in the UK after 15 years away, I'm amazed how shabby St James's Park is.
It's been
You should have seen it under Ashley.
I was going to say, under Ashley, it was absolutely knackered.
Take it to Beamish, take win and all.
To be fair, I wouldn't mind it in Beamish. It's closer to home. Oh,
That's a one more win.
Bogey's always in demand, the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh, Oh, look at that, man. Boaty's fan club have got his back. I need a fan club. That's what I need. That's what I need. Right. So, we've spoke about the stadium, we spoke about Tino and Gordon, and I mean, potentially another top scorer wanting to be away. I don't think we can have an episode at a minute, especially at the minute with Chelsea getting rid of managers of the whole kind of, I'm not going to go down the how out, how in debate, because we've done that to death, I think. But what I would love to talk about is, Bolty mentioned something earlier about how some fans might just be a little bit bored of the personality of Howe. I think it might just be he's a victim of his own success, in terms of if we had just slightly finished, I don't know, that season we stayed up, finished 17th and then 12th and then 8th and then 5th, this season would still be a bit of a, well, that's a bit of a nightmare, but we'd maybe be a little bit more accepting. Has he kind of raised the standards too high for him to carry on in be manager, because he's going to be judged against the complete overachievement of I mean, again, we have to be honest, he did completely overachieve for 4 years. Is that now the biggest issue, where he is genuinely going to be the victim of his own success because of how good them first 4 years were? That has become everybody's expectation. Even more in context, I think, what were the 8th highest wage payers in the league? Is that right?
Yep.
And we only pay the 8th highest wages. So I'm not saying we should aim for 8th at all. Obviously, that's the zero ambition. We've got to have ambition. Maybe top 6 would be great, and we're nowhere near it this season. So this season has been poor, and nobody, I don't think any Newcastle fan can say this season has been a success, because it hasn't. But it's interesting. It's that overachievement, which is that the main reason behind it, or are we just a little bit bored and want a new name because we've seen clubs do it? Chelsea today getting rid of Rafinha, Man United changing manager. There's been loads more I can't even think of off the top of my head. But what is it then? Is it ever gonna? Are the expectations ever gonna come back down? Because if you zoom out of the picture again, you've got PIF, which is gonna financial fair play, which is gonna turn into squad cost ratio. We're already battling the UEFA regulations because they're even stricter than the Premier League ones, and was talk we're like 9 million off making that. And you're thinking, well, hang on a minute, he's actually overachieved to a point where he's been up there with the big boys for 4 years, one bad season, and we kind of want him gone. I don't know. Is it fair? I'm going to come to Boaty first, because I know me and Boaty do have different opinions, but we always have a nice middle point we normally meet at as well. But is it Boaty? Can you put it into kind of perspective of, is it just that simple overachievement? Yes, I don't want to go into this season. It's been crap. It's been poor. We haven't enjoyed it at all. Lost to Sunderland twice. All that stuff. But is how good he did previously the main reason, or is it literally just because we are basing it on one season and this season is so far below?
Eddie Howe's been a fantastic manager for Newcastle United. Eddie Howe was the right guy that we could have got in the point of where we were. You know, Eddie Howe has done things that I didn't ever think I'd see in my lifetime. We've won a cup.
Yes, yeah.
We've got into the UEFA Champions League. He's been absolutely fantastic. You know, I'd never ever come on here and would ever call out Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe is a brilliant manager for what he's done for this club. And I love Eddie Howe to bits. Build him a statue outside the ground, you know, celebrate him for years to come. He should always be welcome whenever he comes up to the northeast area. He's a hero in the area now. Nobody can underestimate what that bloke's done for this club. My issue is that he's reached a point. You know, he's a good manager to the point where he's got to that point, and that's been absolutely brilliant. The best time under my life of being a Newcastle United fan, as I say. Which one over here would ever have thought 5-6 years ago we were going to win a cup?
Or even, I never thought I'd ever see Newcastle beat PSG 4-1. Like,
I didn't think we'd see Newcastle I didn't think we'd see Newcastle in Europe again, to be honest, mate.
Yeah, that quick.
So you know,
I am going to come back. So
go on,
mate.
He's reached a point now that he's got to that point, and he's the guy that's got with there. But now we need the next guy to come in and take one to the next level. And that's the point I make. I'd never ever say that Howe's been a bad appointment or he's been a bad manager. You know, he's just got to a point, and now we need somebody to take us to that next level. And that's my point.
No, You've again very balanced, very absolutely fantastic in terms of, again, I said on a previous one and got ripped for it about how disrespectful some Newcastle fans have been, which really irks me. Really, I don't really care what side of a fence you sit on, but it's how respectful you are. You said there that he did amazing. We've seen what the ceiling is with Howe, and he's peaked. So surely that means you can get us back there again, because he's done it before when everybody was pulling in the same direction. There is going to be an overhaul this year. I think the window was poor in the summer. We'll come to that super chat in 2 seconds. The window was poor, but I can honestly see Voltemada, Ramsey and Chow being part of a rebuild, including maybe 5 or 6 new players on top of them 3 to make it 8 new first teamers, so to speak. Is he then not the right guy to reach that ceiling again? Has he become a bad manager overnight? You'll have a little bit of time to think about that one, because we're going to go to that super chat from Wazza,
which says we should build it over the time. Let Gateshead foot the bill, state of the art, and you can come out both ends, save traffic problems. I don't agree with your traffic problems, because there's a lot more Newcastle fans north of the river than there is in the south, so getting back over the bridge after a match would be absolutely horrendous. But,
it would be good. It would be good swimming in the Tino, trying to get match balls that went out the stadium, wouldn't it?
I tell you, well,
you build it up, anybody's kicking out of that stadium.
Did you see the concept stadium built actually across the Tyne between the bridges?
But just
on a platform, literally across the Tyne beside the stage.
Bloody hell!
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see anything.
There's no chance. There's no chance for that. But in regards to your question, Kevin, you're quite right.
The 2 seconds there, Bogey, I'd just say he most definitely has reached his ceiling, Bogey.
I know, but we've seen the ceiling. We've seen, and the ceiling's good.
Do you know what? I completely agree with you. The ceiling Eddie Howe's got is good. You know, it's good for a Premier League team that don't want to be top 6. He's not a top 6 manager. He's a manager who can get you to. But he has been. But he's a manager who can get. That's exactly the point I was just going to make. He's a manager who can get you top 6. So he's a manager who can get you up there. The problem is when you're there, he hasn't got that kick on to get you to the next level.
Is that a finance thing, though, or is it? Because
he had 250. He had £250 million this season.
Yeah, I know.
Transfer window.
Yeah, but before that, we didn't spend in 4 something. But it's, for me, if we pay the 8th highest wages in the league, right? We pay and he's finishing 4th, 7th, 5th. And then, I mean, this season's been a write-off. Of course it has, so I get it. And then even his first season, he finished 11th when we were looking like we were going to get relegated. So that shouldn't be overlooked. That was an insane achievement. Even though it wasn't top 6, it was still incredible going from 19th to 11th with like however many games. But we only pay the 8th high. Do PIF need to turn around and say, you know what? Well, we've seen what the ceiling is. Again, that was a report coming out. We're going to stick by how. I'm going to try and finance it.
About money and stuff. We'll talk about money and stuff. Fair enough. We'll pay the 8th highest wage. We're 14th. So,
this season,
there's a quick argument to that.
This season has been
but to me, what you want each season is to improve. And I don't just mean improve as a team. Is Eddie Howe focusing on Eddie Howe? You want him to improve as a manager? How has he improved this season? Has his in-game management improved?
I agree with you.
His selection of players improved? Has his selection of young players improved?
I don't know if the young players are good enough. I know everyone puts it out, but I have no idea.
But fair enough, they might not be good enough. But has he tried them? We've had
he's
chances.
Probably seen enough of them. He's probably seen enough of them in training.
For example, against Karabag, why didn't he bring Murphy and Saha on to for 20 minutes even?
Could have, but he's not a charity. He's not a charity case, is he? You have to earn that.
It's not a charity case. I don't think that's a charity case. I think that's a manager who, understands players need a rest firstly, and secondly, you've got 2 players who you give them Champions League football who are going back to the youngsters in the young squad and going, hey, I've played Champions League football now, and it boosts the whole the club. I don't think, as I say, you guys answer, how's he developed this season as a manager?
I don't think this season he has, and I'll let the other two come in a second. But I think if we were to carry on improving every year, we'd be challenging for the league, and that's just not realistic because we were.
Well, that's not realistic. But how's Eddie Howe developed this season as
We
a
were
manager?
only ever gonna regress from the first 4 years on that. We could never have carried on that trajectory. Otherwise, we would be challenging Man City and Arsenal this year. That was, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, and I understand that lots of people will think I am, and some people might think I'm right. But we could not have carried on that progression arc. Otherwise, we would be dominating European football in the next 2 years because of how quickly we improved overnight. Anyway, Peter Wynn, what are your guys' thoughts on this?
Well, I'm with you all the way. We've seen what his ceiling is. The big question is, can he recapture that ceiling?
Can he rebuild a squad? Because I agree with Boaty. Boaty's, to be fair, I'm not dismissing. Boaty's made some really good points in terms of in-game management, managing. I don't know if he said that one, Boaty, about managing multiple games a week, but it's another valid criticism and it's a valid question. He's still got that stuff to prove, but as we've seen with other teams, like I know Chelsea have just sacked Rossini and it wasn't a great hire anyway. You've got to get the hire right, and I feel like we've seen what the ceiling is. But yeah, it's fair to criticise. I'm not going fully against Boaty here. I just think we need to put it in a bit of perspective. But carry on, Win.
No. I'm like I say, I agree with you, Kev. That you could do a lot worse. If we had never had Eddie Howe, and we are in the position we're in now, looking for a manager, and Eddie Howe has got his record at a different club.
Oh, we'd be all over him. Yeah.
Guys, that's not the question we were asked. The question we were asking was, how's he progressed this season as a manager? How's he got better this season as a manager?
Well, the question I asked was, are we just bored in terms of we want something new?
But no. The question asked was, how's he got better this season?
Yeah, but he hasn't. That's an easy one. He hasn't. But that's okay.
So that answers every question about him.
I don't think it does. I think it's okay. It's impossible to improve. No player improves every year. No manager improves every year. Didn't Pep win 4 leagues in a row and then didn't win the last 2 or something? Or potentially this one.
Kev, I'm not talking results wise. I'm talking as a manager in regards to how his tactics, anything around that. How has he changed or progressed this year in those respects as a manager? So forget about results. Forget about the seasons. You can take it if the season's.
I agree with what you're saying, but again,
how's he actually progressed as a manager?
Well, I think it's important that he's had obviously the Isaac thing. I know people hate going back to it, but like you've lost your top scorer for the last 2 seasons. He's went on strike. He's probably ripped the heart and soul out of the club in terms of teammates as well. You've then had 6 new signings at once, which is brilliant from the outside. I thought, what a window that is. And I mean, Wissa was injured for half of it. Volta was a completely different style of player. So again, he hasn't achieved what he wanted as a coach. I agree with what you're saying, but I think it's very important to put it into context and look at some of the reasons why. So if we'd signed a like-for-like Isaac replacement and it was this type of season, I don't think I would be as strong of a defence. But again, you've got Ramsey coming in, he's like a 10. We don't really play with a 10. And again, I know people say, well, he signed him, but we got turned down by every Tom, Dick and Harry in the summer. It was either sign the people we signed or don't sign anybody. So I agree with, I think both things can be right. I think Boaty can be right in what he's saying. He hasn't improved as a manager this season. I think that's an easy answer. But I think it's also very important to add the context and look at the reason. How many managers would have improved after losing the top scorer over the last 2 years, a strike case, two or 3 signings in the last week of the window after him going on strike? How many managers would have improved in that? It's really hard to tell. Obviously, it's a if question. But yeah, it's interesting. We'll go up with Super Chat and then I want to get your thoughts, Peter.
Yeah, I couldn't give a paddy's waggle about the money he's spent. After all the restraints have been unreal window after window. But as you said, had 3 windows before that, 4 really.
Yeah.
When we didn't spend a penny, and we have overachieved. To be fair, he's definitely a victim of his own success.
Like I said, I think both things can be true. What Boaty,
I agree.
Yeah.
He's making valid points, but it's also the context behind why this season has been a complete write-off. Anyway, Peter, let's go. Take us home for the next 20 minutes because I feel like we haven't come to you as much.
No, it's all right. I mean, yeah, with Eddie Howe, like you're saying, the points Borky's made are totally like valid because I've got those same gripes. So like basically, if you look at football today, the way it's gone with Newcastle this season, it has went stale. Eddie's got lots of stick this season, and I'm including myself in that. I've got, like I said, I've got my own gripes. There's a long list of things, isn't there, that we could get into in terms of what fans think he should be doing, what he's not doing, the formation, the lack of number 6, and all of that stuff. I was watching on Saturday, obviously watched the match. We lost 2-1, and at the end of the match, I'm sitting there and I'm taking it all in. I'm thinking, like, normally this kind of run that a manager goes on and this kind of season a manager has, typically they would go because it does look stale. It looks stale. The players don't look like they're busting the gut anymore. So I think typically, and I think a lot of fans obviously are saying, time is up, right? And I'm not gonna sort of criticize fans who have that view because I think it's there for all to see in terms of like the staleness. I think that's kicked in. But when I was thinking about it on Saturday and all of the noise that this season that comes with this season in terms of the negativity and all that, I was just thinking, do you know what? And I was watching Jacob Murphy not tracking the run as well, for that goal, and it just dawned on us. I thought, just to play devil's advocate, but I just thought, okay, typically he probably, Eddie in most clubs will be gone after a season like this, but like you say, Kev, at the end of the day, right, he has worked wonders at Newcastle, and what that means is there is substance there. So I'm not just saying that to be sentimental. I'm saying that because you're backing up. He's got a body of work there that you can kind of say, look, there's something there. Okay, so this season he hasn't done it, and like you say, Borky, he hasn't improved. He's regressed, you could say, in one way. But maybe again, playing devil's advocate, do you not say in the summer, okay, Eddie, we need to rebuild. If Eddie Howe wants to be ruthless and get rid of these players who are not listening to him now, they don't want to execute the plan that he wants to put in place. I think that's pretty obvious, right? So do we not just grow thicker skin and say, do you know what? You go again next season, Eddie. What will be. Either the rebuild is either a success or it isn't. If it's not, he'll be gone, and we go from there. But do we not just maybe try that in the summer and hang our hat on, like I've said, his overall body of work?
Playing
devil's advocate.
Can we go into next season with a better manager? That's the question. Could we, if we sack Eddie Howe and he does go, you guys think we could get a better manager in? Because I do. I think there's better managers out there than Eddie Howe, and that's the reason why I'd want to rid of him.
Yeah, there might be better managers, but I think the environment's got to suit them, and I think it was. I'm saying was, but I think there's loads going on this season. It was a match made in heaven in terms of environment. I think this season, the down tools thing, I don't know how I fully feel on that, because personally, again, I'm going back to the same example. If I was playing for Everton and I was potentially about to play for England in a World Cup in America, where I could proper boost my kind of marketing, which I know people hate about footballers now, I would naturally, not down tools, but like, it's like when you play football, isn't it? When I used to play for a team and it was competitive, it was a cup final, you would do everything to win. I'd put me head in front of a ball and all sorts. When I go play 5-a-side or 9-a-side with my mates, I'm just having a bit of a laugh and running around. I'm not saying they're doing that, but if there's less to play for and you've got a big World Cup country you don't want to get injured for, it is human nature. You can't stop that. I know people will hate that answer, but we have to remember footballers are humans. None of them want to get injured for the World Cup, and there's nothing to really play for at Newcastle this season, which, granted, is their fault. Their fault why there's nothing to play for at Newcastle this season.
That's exactly the point. But if I can play a guitar, so if I go out and play a guitar, I can get a certain tune out of it. I can do well with it, but not brilliantly. If you give that guitar to Brian May, he'll do a brilliant job with it. So, is there somebody that you can hand the guitar on to who'll get a better tune out of this team?
I think the guitar's pretty battered and broken. I think when you've still got players, and I'm not criticising them here because I don't like doing that, but you've still got players from the original era, so many of them still there. Like Jacob Murphy was captain the other day. That shows the depth of the squad. I think when you're handing a battered, broken guitar with 4 strings to Brian May, he's still going to struggle, isn't he?
But no. But there's a pretty good
great
guitar
analogy and great rebuff.
There's a
Me and Boaty always have a good combo.
There's a pretty good guitar there with Newcastle United,
All right.
So
Is
know
there?
you. So you don't think some of our players are good players? There's good players in that squad.
I think there's only 3 who would get in the other top 4.
Maybe it's 5. I
Only
would say
3.
5.
3. I think Hall potentially, but on potential because he was awful against Bournemouth. But again, he's allowed the odd bad game. He's still very young. Bruno, I think, has had an unbelievable season. Was it 9 goals and 4 assists and 23 appearances or something? It's crazy for a midfielder. Bruno would be another one. Tonali's had a shocking season. I guess he was good as...
Well, I would say Tino and Tonali on top of them.
I don't know if Tino would. Maybe Tonali, I'll give you. That's 3. I think there's only 3 players who get in.
Tino would if he hadn't got injured again.
Yeah.
Because when Tino did, we know that City were interested.
He wasn't made of glass. But again, Howe has to play.
But hang on. We have got good players. Fair enough, some of them wouldn't get into the top 6. I completely agree with you. We've got good players in that squad. And could somebody else get a different tune out of them? And I think they would. That's my whole point.
They would short term. I agree with you. You get that new manager lift and everyone's excited and happy again, but I'm not sure if it would last. Not that it has to last 4 years because you can keep changing manager. I guess you could be at Chelsea and carry on changing until you get it right, and then
let's face it. If we're going to get a Mourinho, for example, he's going to be here for 2 or 3 seasons. He's going to cause a hell of a lot of ricks. It's going to be like a volcano going off at the club. I think it'd
last a year and a half. I think it would be a great initial thing, and then it would turn sour like the rest of it.
But it turns the club bigger. It makes the club a bigger club. You know what? Eddie Howe's got no in football. Eddie Howe's got no recognition.
In English football, he has.
But in English football, to a point, but across the world, Eddie Howe's. You bring Mourinho in, everybody goes, who's Mourinho went to? He's gone to Newcastle United or Fabregas. You know who's he gone to? He's gone to Newcastle United. And then
you watch Fenerbahce.
People start to get involved with you. People start.
I see both his point, but I'm just really worried that if we change manager and we get Mourinho could come in and be amazing. Of course he could. It's all ifs and buts, and I guess we're coming to the end of the show, so it's fun to have them. But it might be great for a year. But when I just think if you keep changing, it's more likely to go wrong. Personally, I'd rather have the overhaul and give Howe maybe 15 games, which will cause havoc in the comments again.
All I'd say is, my argument is, what's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? It can go tits up.
People keep saying.
So it's cost us 6 months.
But when you keep saying give him the start of next season, why? You've said, to be fair, fans. I've sat on this channel and certain people have said, give him till Christmas, give him till January, give him till this point, give him till that point. Why? Why keep giving? Set your flip flop on and change because he feels. Just bloody change him now. Get somebody decent in who might fail completely.
I think he is decent.
I might be sitting here. I might be sitting here, saying I'm sorry to you guys because it's me that's called this out. But you've got to try something different. You can't just keep going round and round in circles with the same rubbish.
But do you not think?
It was saying, Tim, tread on your grapes and you'll have wine. Happy days. And he's saying, I took you for more of a fiddler, Bokey, than a guitarist.
I'll pass the message on to Tim if he's.
And I was going to say, by the way, it's Peter, not Tim.
It does say as well. It says on the bottom of the screen there, but cheers for that.
Might have done it on purpose. You might have wanted a bite I was one to wind up before with a stadium.
Yeah, fair dues. But yeah, I mean, I definitely, to some extent, I totally agree, with what you're saying. And also I can see in the comments, Kim Cam is sort of firing back, it's excuses for Eddie. And look, I think in the landscape of football this season, typically you have a season like this, typically you are out the door, and I accept that. And I like I say, I've got my own gripes with Eddie this season, and I've said loads of times, like lately anyway, that it looks stale. It looks like the players have lost interest, and also, like I say, about the formation and all that. And so I've got no issues with like fans who think it's time. Do you know what I mean?
Me neither.
I've got no issues with that. Like I say, in today's world of football, it is
Okay,
totally it's the logical.
And two things can be true.
Yeah, it's the logical conclusion. But what I'm trying to
Absolutely.
do is I'm trying to play devil's advocate, and I'm trying to throw out there a scenario where, if it is a rebuild, I think that's the key for me. Eddie would have to be ruthless, and he would have to get recycle this squad and just sell these players who are not doing it, and be ruthless. In my opinion, with the likes of Gordon and maybe Tino, maybe even Tonali. I just think we need pace in the middle, in midfield there. And we've got players already there, like Tonali, who can already sit. Bruno, Miley, Ramsey, they can kind of like marshal the midfield, and then I think we need pace alongside that. But yeah, so if Eddie wants to rejuvenate the squad, and if he's up for that, I'm trying to make a case for that, based on when he got us, like you say, Kev, bottom to 11th.
Completely overachieved, hasn't he? That's a problem.
So,
He's completely overachieved.
We're going to be
That's
mid-table.
the bottom line is what Niall says. It's a result-based business, you know, which is
do you think he has still got the chance this summer to turn around and say, I'm going to change my full coaching staff this summer? So, you know, it's going to be me at the spearhead. And I know people will say he'll never get rid of Tyndall. He's got, if he's going to change this thing around, I've said this for a good few months, we need a new coaching staff in there. You need fresh ideas. Eddie can be at the spearhead as the manager, but he's got to have some fresh ideas in there as coaches.
Could be a good shout. He might have already thought. I don't think he'll ever get rid of Tyndall because of what we've been through together. But the rest of the coaching staff, he probably has maybe had a think about, and it's really interesting to kind of look at that side as well. Because that's kind of a third option, isn't it?
He was specifically asked on Friday, was the coaching staff getting stale, and if the club were to impose a new coach on him, would he, work with the coach that the club appointed? And he said yes. Now, what that would mean in practice, I've got no idea. If he had no input into who it was going to be or whatever,
I think he would have input, yeah.
And that would be the difference.
I think it's really interesting. I find it it's the comments about like, oh, keep a rubbish manager and stuff, and it just bugs us because it's like, well, I know we can't keep harking back to the past. I'm a big believer.
He's not a rubbish manager.
Oh no, you didn't say that, but I'm just talking about comments I've seen.
No, but can we just say it to anybody out there that says he's a rubbish manager? He's not. He's a good manager. Yeah. He's just hit his level. That's the only thing. That's the only problem.
I'm with Peter. I don't. Obviously, I have a different opinion, but I don't have.
Well, the thing is, I don't disagree with that. But the point is, that is our level.
I think
you've got, but then win to get above that level. Then you've got to have a different manager who can change things to get you to the next level.
You got to have a manager who can overachieve.
Yeah,
that's an interesting point. That's you know what, I heard both points there and I couldn't actually pick a side. I was like, wow, okay, that's fantastic stuff. I think for me it's so difficult, isn't it? I think I just hope two things really. I obviously want him to stay as a person, but if he does go, I hope he goes with respect. Like Boaty said at the very start of this discussion, like all of that stuff, fantastic. It's the how long. So the new manager would obviously get a lot more grace because he would be brand new in that excitement, and that he would get a lot more grace in next season. Whereas Howe doesn't get a lot of grace next season, no matter what, because there is a section of the fan base who do want somebody else now. But it's so difficult because we have to get it right, and none of us know what the right answer is. None of us really know, because I've seen comments about, well, we could get somebody new in and he'd be amazing, or we could keep Howe and it could be awful. The opposite of them could also happen. So it's God, I hope we get it right.
I just wish we'd seen more signs.
The next seat. Sorry,
boy. Just quickly there. I think what's kind of disappointing, you could say, is that like I wish this season, when we've had these struggles, that as fans you can kind of look at the team selection, or you can look at the formation, and we haven't seen much sort of like deviation from what he tends to hang his hat on. For me, the biggest issue I would point to is the number 6 dilemma, and what kind of bugs me is that if we can see that, then Eddie Howe will surely see that. You know, obviously he will. He can see that there's gaps between the midfield and the defense, like all too often, in terms of like midfield players not sensing danger and not protecting the back four that way. But he will know that surely. So I just wish he'd shown signs this season that he's trying to rectify that. It just doesn't seem like he wants to. He wants to play this kind of flat middle three, and it's kind of like quite gung ho. And I'm just not sure that's sustainable.
We have seen different attempts at formations. I think we've seen like a 5-3-2, a 5-4-1, 4-2-3-1, 4-3-3, and a 4-5-1. We've seen he has tried, because I know loads of people took a plan B thing in for ages, but then I was looking back thinking we've played about 6 different formations this season.
I'm not saying he hasn't tried in midfield
but
as
he
well.
has tried something different, but it obviously hasn't worked because it hasn't been a great season. But
that's the key there is what Niall's saying, you know. But the question for the panel: when is the last time you've enjoyed watching our club play for 90 minutes?
I can answer for Win on this one because he's never watched 90 minutes. He's normally away after 70. No, in all seriousness, I mean, I enjoy every game. You know, cheers, mate. Every game you go to, because you're a Newcastle fan, and when you get there, you start thinking to yourself, "Oh, we're going to win this." You know, we're going to. Even over the last few weeks, when you get to the ground, you're thinking, "Oh, we're going to win this. We're going to be there. We're going to," you know. So enjoyment is, I think, on the build up to the game. And if you're talking about in the ground, the last time I can really enjoy and say I enjoyed a game in the ground, I can't think off the top of my head.
We don't demand a team that wins. We demand a team that tries.
Yeah,
a club.
Club
that tries.
Club. Yeah, sorry. I have a way to hold all the rubbish after some of the family.
To be fair, I think that was more about that banner was more like, look, the club itself, it isn't trying, as in it's asset stripping. It's not, you know what I mean? It's like all about Sports Direct. The club itself is not a sporting entity anymore, basically. I think that's what I was getting at. Yeah,
but you do want a team that looks on the pitch like they're there to play for Newcastle. And
I agree. The players are letting them down.
Over the last few weeks, can you lads say when you've went to the ground that you've seen that from the players?
No, and Borky, right, just on that point, I would point to go back to the Carabao match when the away leg, first leg, we smashed 5-1 and 6-1, wasn't it? So, but yeah, at half time you had that incident with Trippier and Gordon, and at the time, obviously we had a bit of debate about it, but you know, you just thought, well, do you know what? It's not a big deal. But actually, in hindsight, I do think there's probably a split in the camp. I think things are fractured, and now in hindsight, you can probably look back at that moment and think, you know, that was a sign. I think, because that was very, for Trippier to do that in the open like he did. Like I say, you're airing your sort of dirty laundry in public a little bit there, and you know, again, it is speculation, but it just feels like the camp is probably a bit fractured now. So that's why
I've just had a look through all the fixtures, and for me, the 2 best games this season have been when we had 10 men.
Liverpool and
Liverpool at home and Man United at home.
That's when we're all playing for each other and we're all you know, fully committed because we're the underdog again. So it is also a mentality change of not being an underdog anymore. But again, lads, thank you very much. Thank you for all the comments, everybody watching. It's been an amazing show. We've covered loads and it has absolutely flown over. I had so much fun. As always, loads of good debate. Smash the like button, subscribe, support the channel in every way you possibly can. We appreciate every single one of you. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure as always.
Thanks for all your super chats, guys and guides. Prosaic, thanks for the gifted membership. Robbie, thanks for being a member for... No, sorry. No, that you had your membership gifted. Somebody's been a member for 8 months now, and somebody for 20 months. See if I can find them quickly. You know they've gone, sadly. Was I a superstar? Claggy Steak Bakes, Ads K. And if I've forgotten anyone, please forgive me. But thank you all very much. We couldn't do it without you.
Absolutely not.
Monkey
Amazing
Sputum,
stuff.
thank you.
Thank you.